I am tempted to answer or call the experts, no, whether it's Senator Win or former Senate President Mig Subiri, because precisely they did the research. But again, I want to stick that the regulatory body has to regulate. They shouldn't
Yes.
promote.
Yes. And I see Yusek Ted Gatchalian behind you. So I trust
Yeah,
his
I have,
wisdom and judgment.
Mr.
Yes,
Mr. President, I have
Senator
no
Speak.
further questions, and we
Yes.
congratulate the good sponsor for the
Thank you.
measure. I think this is a long time coming. This bill is really needed to be able to assist the DOST in their regulating of
Thank
all
you.
these. Right now, we're all these medical equipments, all these smaller nuclear devices that are being used in our country, Your Honor. So, maraming salamat. Mabuhay po,
Thank
Senator.
you,
Thank you.
former Senate President. And
Thank
just to
you,
give
Senator Speak.
credit where credit is due, Mr. President, I'm not the author. The authors are Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr., Senator Win Gatchalian, Senator Escudero, and of course, anyone who wants to be a co-author. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. What is the pleasure
So
of
we're
the distinguished
going-
lady from Antique?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would want to propound some questions, clarificatory questions, where my amendments will be based on, if the good gentleman, the sponsor.
Yes, we are now on page 9, ma'am.
Yes. Yes, earlier I
Please proceed.
asked the sponsor if he would be willing to answer
Yes.
some questions,
It'll be an
because
honor,
I am
Madam.
grateful that he approved or accepted many, if not all, of my recommendations for amendments. And so, just like Senator Zubiri, I wanted some clarificatory questions,
It-
which may
It's
not
an
be
honor,
part.
ma'am, especially your
Yes.
work on ecology and
Yes.
environment. So your input is always welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, because this is really groundbreaking. It's pioneering. It's important also that we align our climate goals with energy such as nuclear. I just wanted to understand it further, because it aggressively pursues the development of nuclear energy in the Philippines. It actually sets a target, if I understand it correctly, of up to 32,000 megawatts by 2045, right? Installed capacity
Madam,
already by
that's
then.
the advocacy in the House.
Yes.
But we took it out in the Senate. So Senator Win proposed the amendment because conflict nga na maging
Yes.
regulatory, then you will push
Ah,
a target.
Very good. So that is actually part of my amendment as well. And I was wondering, you said it yourself, it was supposed to be regulatory, but we're setting a target already. It's
Yes.
like an implementation when we're just starting for regulatory. So thank you for
And,
for
and
saying that.
the record will reflect that both Senator Win and Senator Loren moved to take that out.
Yes. So I just wanted to understand, because how will we be assured that nuclear installations, assuming this platform will recommend in the future that it's actually good, will not irreversibly damage ecologically critical areas, which we ourselves had declared in this chamber, or undermine the Philippines' climate adaptation goals? We've enacted more than 120 protected areas and endangered areas in the country. How are we sure that this nuclear installations will not affect these vulnerable or critically endangered areas, Mr. President?
Yes. So the answer is in 3 levels. First, the PhilAtom will not recommend. So they will just wait for applications. Secondly, instead of which came first, DNR, them, when there is an application or when the executive department says we do want nuclear energy, as the interpellation by Senator Coco and Senator Risa yesterday, from start to end, may approval ng PhilAtom, and part of that approval is with the DNR. Now, one of the third level is the assurance that because of the high energy density, very, very small yung footprint kung meron man nuclear power plant. But having said that, not to get ahead of ourselves because they're not supposed to be promoting it, the DNR will be part of the process, ma'am. So if there are laws or regulations protecting certain areas. But personally, ma'am, yesterday I was saying we shouldn't insist on an LGU who doesn't want a nuclear power plant in their area.
I like to
You-
hear
you-
that.
you need the
I'm glad the
community
sponsor is saying
support.
that.
Yeah.
Yes, the state or any agency cannot force an LGU or a community, for that matter, to accept if it is a policy of the state.
Yes.
Correct?
So in fact,
Yes.
yourself and Senator Risa are proposing the protection for the indigenous people and
Yes.
and their land. No? Precisely nga kasi na bullying happens not only in high school, in
Mm.
elementary, di ba? When you have a national government that has good objectives, not bad objectives, which includes lowering power cost, making sure that we have reliable power sources and the distribution, we can tend to bully communities into accepting certain power plants. But personally, for me, um, they should want it, they should accept it, it should be a community decision.
And the DNR or the environmental impact assessment, all the mandated processes must be observed.
Yeah.
Whether
So, as the same-
EIA, ECC, all of that.
Sorry, ma'am. Actually, nasabi niyo na rin. So yung ECC requirement right
And
now,
EIA before the
yes.
ECC.
So the ECC, they require the stakeholders agreement.
Yes.
So to anyone who's watching now and they will ask na may dagdag ba dito na na ganito approval ganyan. No, it's built into the present system now. Na hindi ka dapat basta't bigyan ng ECC kung yung stakeholders dun sa lugar walang acceptance. And katulad nito, no, nuclear energy is, a different level of long-term commitment, di ba? Walang kaibahan yan, let's say, sa mining or sa reclamation na it has its benefit, but it's disruptive to the community. So the community has to accept that they want it.
Thank you for that
Thank you.
answer, because it answers my second query on the coastal communities, indigenous peoples communities, to make sure they are not displaced, excluded, or endangered lives because of nuclear facilities. So I wanted to know from the sponsor, Mr. President, why the bill seems silent, unless I didn't understand all of it, on the potential risks of nuclear accidents in an archipelago that is among the most disaster prone in the world. It mentions coordination with FIVOLCS, mentions earthquake, volcanic eruptions, and typhoons as not theoretical risks, that they're recurring and fortuitous events. So can we realistically accommodate a technology as high risk and unforgiving as nuclear energy in such a volatile natural environment? So I just wanted that perhaps clearer in the measure, so that we know and acknowledge that we are very disaster prone. As we know, we're very vulnerable. There are many fault lines, etc.
Well, two things, no. So, Madam President, Mr. President and Madam Senator, the bill actually deals more with the other use of nuclear energy or atomic energy, which includes medical, agricultural, food, etc. So if ever we will go into nuclear energy or nuclear power plant, that's a political decision. So the job of Philatom is to have the best and most independent body based on international standards of assessing the safety, providing the safeguards, and also the security. So as an example, no, so if I was the committee chair of the Committee on Energy and I was pushing for nuclear energy, I would say that Japan has much more challenges than us sa earthquake, sa tsunamis, etc. But they decided to go into nuclear. And actually, it was the tsunami that caused the damage, not the earthquake. Having said that, I could also be on the opposite side, saying that dapat hindi pumasok ang Japan sa nuclear energy. So the decision to go into to build a nuclear power plant or to use nuclear energy for our power source is a political decision what PhilAtom will do is based on the highest standards, regulate, and then say kung pumasa yun o hindi. So from transportation, from accreditation of the entities, of the people, etc. So they're not supposed to say na dapat tayo mag-nuclear energy o hindi. But under the present setup, that's the present setup, PNRI researches, promotes, but they also regulate. So may conflict yung present ngayon.
Noted on that, Mr. President. So I would like to know more about the capital investment required for this nuclear energy development. What safeguards are in place to ensure that our consumers will not ultimately shoulder the burden through possible hidden charges, subsidies, or long-term debts disguised as public interest? How will PhilAtom deal with this? Is there a provision? Perhaps you could help point it out to me. Are
So,
there
Mr. President,
limitations?
the House was providing, lobbying, or their stand was to get it from the universal charge. But we're going to take that out, and basically it will be through the GAA. But we will allow PhilAtom to retain earnings from permits, licenses, etc. No. So in the same manner that yung FDA, who now DOH FDA looks into the use of X-rays, PET scans, etc., ililipat na ito sa PhilAtom. So they'll be part of their income.
You were mentioning, Mr. President, about a possible amendment on taking it out
Yes.
of the universal charge, because
Yes.
that was part of that's our amendment.
Yes.
It's
So
accepted.
sorry, I just didn't see in
Yes.
my piece sino mang mga amend, but we
That's my amendment,
yes,
Mr.
yes.
President.
We will accept that at the proper time.
Thank you. Do I get it now? Do I take it to mean that I can read now my amendments, or if the sponsor
Where-
had accepted already
Yes.
all my
So,
amendments,
We
you can just read it into the
yeah.
record.
we passed page 9. My next
Yes.
amendment is on page 15. That is from
Okay.
Senator Legarda and Ontiveros. So if there's no amendments from page 9 to I think Senator.
Page 15.
Yeah, we're still on page 9. So no amendments. The gentleman has the floor, Senator Gatchalian.
I
You're on
just wanted
page
to
15.
thank the good sponsor for allowing me my clarificatory questions and for
Ito ba yung-
accepting all,
5.
all my amendments.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you
Senator
also
Legarda.
for your staff for coordinating the amendments.
So we are now on page 15.
Sorry, Mr. President, I have
Yes,
an
Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
on page 12.
Page 12.
This is this is an amendment from our majority leader, Senator Tolentino, who's this is his suggestion earlier on new technologies. On page 12, line 12, after the word management, insert the phrase including in the latest technology, such as small modular reactors and micro modular reactors. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
Dun sa you, pwede na. We'll accept, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion's carried. We are now on page 13, page 14, page 15.
Page 15, Mr. President.
Yes, you're recognized, Senator Gatchalian.
On page 15, line 4, delete the clause G, Mr. President. And yes, Mr. President.
Same ba yan?
Delete the clause G. Line 4.
Mr. President, for the record, that's also the amendment of Senator Legarda and Senator Hontiveros, and we accept.
The author is accepting it. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion's carried.
Mr. President, just to quickly explain my amendment, Mr. President. But Mr. President, our direction has always been to lower down electricity costs for our consumers. And I understand the objective of this clause. However, it might have an implication in terms of increasing electricity prices in our country, Mr. President. The amount might look small, but in power, there's always a domino effect, Mr. President. So to be consistent with the objective of lower down electricity costs in our country, we propose to remove this, Mr. President. And I thank the good sponsor for accepting our amendment.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian.
Mr. President, and discussion with Senator Gatchalian that it should really be in the GAA para ma-monitor is a win-win amendment. So I thank him for that. Sir President, on the same page from Senator Legarda and Senator Ontiveros, as discussed by Senator Legarda a few minutes ago na yung accountability dun sa expenditures, after subsection H, so magiging subsection ay ito, PhilAtom shall submit to Congress an annual report detailing its financial operations, including the receipt and utilization of all funds, grants, foreign donations, regulatory fees, and other income. The report shall likewise include its organizational targets, measurable performance indicators, and actual accomplishments for the preceding fiscal year. Such report shall be submitted not later than March 31 of each year and shall be made accessible to the public through publication on the official website of PhilAtom. So move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved. Distinguished sponsor?
Sir President, page 16.
The gentleman may proceed.
10 minutes. Mr. President, on page 16, section 12, line 14, allow me to just talk a little bit faster. Insert the phrase, subject to applicable laws and freedom of information. So, subject to applicable laws and freedom of information at the beginning of the provision before the words, the PhilAtom shall promote. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, same is approved, subject to style.
Sir President, on page 17, this is from PNRI. Line 1, before the word construction, insert the word citing, and a comma. Yan.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, motion is approved.
From DOE, Mr. President, on page 17, line 20, replace the word provide with the phrase cooperate with, and delete the phrase with all assistance necessary. I so move.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
From the DOE, Mr. President, on page 18, line 17 to 18, and the word with, delete the phrase the Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology and replace it with relevant government agencies.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President,
What is the pleasure of the Honorable Gatchalian?
same on page 18, Mr. President, on the same page, line 24, after the words as a, insert the word continuing. So move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted, Mr. President.
Any objection? Having been accepted by the sponsor, there being no objection, same is approved.
Mr. President, next
Same
page
page.
20. Go ahead,
Yeah.
please.
So same page, Mr. President. On page 18, line 25, delete the phrase for commercial power generation. So move, Mr.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. President.
Having been accepted, there being no objection, amendment is approved.
On the same page, page 18, line 26, after the words by the operator, insert the phrase on a monthly basis. So move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted, Mr. President.
Having been accepted, there being no objection, same is approved.
Mr. President, on the same page, page 18, line 29, replace the phrase may be adjusted with may be adjusted by PhilAtom.
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted, Mr. President.
Having been accepted, there being no objection, same is approved.
And lastly, on page 18, line 32, after the phrase passed on to the, add the word electricity. So move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
No, but yung last na. Did you hear it? Mr. President, sorry, Senator Win, there was just a clarification kasi later on, same page ba to?
Yes.
Yeah, there's just to manifest, may amendment din si Senator Legarda and Senator Hontiveros that line 25, delete the words amount of Philippine 0.06 kilowatt hour and replace it with an amount to be determined by PhilAtom in consultation with the Energy Regulatory Commission. Would that also be acceptable to Senator?
So this is an anterior amendment.
Yes, Mr. President,
Any objection to the anterior amendment? Hearing none.
Yes.
Amendment is approved.
yes.
Now, what does the sponsor say to the amendment of the Honorable
Sorry,
Gatchalian
can you
earlier on
repeat
line
the
29?
last one?
Yeah, accept, Mr. President.
Having been accepted, there being no objection, proposed amendment is approved. Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the indulgence of our colleagues, may I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2899 under Committee Report number 429. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session is suspended.
Juncture, may we recognize the distinguished gentleman from San Juan, our Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Jinggoy Estrada.
What is the pleasure of the Honorable Jinggoy Estrada, our Senate President Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to deliver my omnibus sponsorship speech with regard to the adoption of our resolution that was adopted yesterday.
The gentleman is recognized to make of record this manifestation with respect to PSR numbers 1320, 1336, 1337, 1351, and 1290. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since there are five resolutions that was adopted yesterday, apat yung patay, isa lang yung buhay. Unahin ko na po yung buhay. Mr. President, it is with distinct honor and joy that I sponsor Senate Resolution number 1320, commending and congratulating one of the finest actresses in our country, Miss Judy Ann Santos Agoncillo, for winning yet another Best Actress trophy, this time from Fantasporto Film Festival in Portugal, considered as one of the leading and popular film festivals in the world. Hindi niyo po may tatanong buong pagmamalaki at pagyayabang ng inyong lingkod na si Juday ay minsan kong nakasama sa isang pelikula. Isang malaking karangalan para sa akin na makapareha ang isa sa pinakamahusay at tinitingalang artista sa telebisyon at pinilakang tabing. Noon pa man ay lubos na ang aking paghanga sa kanyang galing at professionalism bilang artista sa set at sa kanyang mabuting pakikisama at kababaang loob bilang isang tao. Kaya naman, hindi nakakapagtaka na lubusang umalagwa ang kanyang karera at ngayon ay kinikilala na siya bilang prime superstar ng henerasyong ito. Her Best Actress to win in Fantasporto, her second International Best Actress trophy, following the recognition from Cairo Film Festival in 2019 for the movie Mindanao, proves her range and versatility as an actress. Can not only make audiences cry buckets for her dramatic portrayals as a true royalty of Pinoy soap opera, or hold her own as a female lead in action sequences, including our very own tandem, but can also send chills and suspense in horror blockbusters. This is another feather in her cap and a wonderful addition to a shelf of awards that characterized her stellar career spanning 4 decades. Ano pa ba ang hindi kayang gawin ng isang Judy Ann Santos? Top-rating TV star, box office queen, renowned chef, best-selling book author, popular content creator, film producer, successful restaurateur, television host, recording actress. Pakaswerte ng asawa nito. I am truly in awe of her long list of accomplishments and achievements. I am one with the Filipino nation in congratulating Judy Ann in her latest success and for bringing our country pride and honor and for putting the spotlight on the remarkable caliber of Filipino artists and creative workers before the international stage. This award signifies the top-notch creativity, ingenuity, and talent of Filipino filmmakers, actors, and crew who can compete alongside the world's best, as this also, on a more serious note, gives hope and confidence to the ailing Philippine cinema. Buhay na buhay ang pag-asa ng pelikulang Pilipino dahil sa angking galing at dedikasyon ng mga bumubuo nito. Muli, ang aking mainit na pagbati at congratulations kay Miss Judy Ann Santos Agoncillo. Mapunta na mo tayo sa mga namatay. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, I rise today with a heavy heart, but also with a sense of profound gratitude to honor not just one, but several Filipino artists whose artistic legacy and lifelong contributions truly enriched contemporary television, cinema, music, and theater. This is the Philippine Senate's solemn tribute to four of the most revered pillars of the entertainment industry who devoted their lives to Filipino art, namely Mr. Ricky Devao, Ms. Gloria Romero, Ms. Pilita Corrales, and of course our national artist, Ms. Nora Honor. Sa nagdaang mga buwan, ginulat tayo ng sunod-sunod na balita na gumulantang sa industriya matapos ang pagpanaw ng mga batikang artista. The nation responded to the news with deep sorrow and collective mourning, and heartfelt tributes poured into these great artists. Their departure marks the end of an era, but for our nation that admired and loved them so much, this is the beginning of remembrance, a time to celebrate their legacy, preserve their work, and ensure that future generations fully understand the brilliance they brought to our culture and identity and sense of pride in being a Filipino. Kay Ricky Devao, Mr. President, I filed proposed Senate Resolution number 1351 honoring and celebrating the life and legacy of Frederick Charles Caballes Devao or Ricky Devao as we fondly know him. Personal na malapit sa akin si Ricky. Lingid sa kalaman ng publiko ay magkumparing buo kami. In an industry where stardom is the norm, Ricky Devao was built different. He clung on to something far deeper, his craft, his integrity, and his artistry. His extensive filmography across all genres, body of work, and professionalism are a testament to how much the local entertainment industry and his supporters fully embraced and admired his talent, not just as a performer, but also as a director. Napanood natin siya, hindi lamang bilang isang ama, asawa, kapatid, at kaibigan, kundi ginampanan niya rin ang hindi pangkaraniwan at komplikadong karakter sa telebisyon, pelikula, at maging sa teatro. He brought pride to the Philippines by winning the Best Actor in a Supporting Role Award at the UK International Filmmaker Film Festival in 2008 for Signos, and another Best Supporting Actor Award from the ASEAN International Film Festival in 2017 for the indie film Dayang Asu. At home, institutions like FAMAS, Gawa Durian, Cinemalaya, and others honored his versatility and dedication, whether in teleseries or independent films. Ricky Devao was a constant presence, respected by peers, loved by fans, and admired by aspiring artists. Kinikilala natin ang isang taong humubog sa ating kalinangang pangkultura sa tahimik ngunit pambihirang paraan. Isang tao na nagturo sa atin na ang tunay na kadakilaan o kasikatan ay hindi kailangan ipagsigawan. Mas mamamayagpag kung sa mas tahimik ngunit mahusay na paraan. Gloria Romero, allow this representation to also take this opportune time for this chamber to formally present the previously adopted resolution to the family of Gloria and Borrego Galia, known to generations as the beloved Miss Gloria Romero, who was one of the final jewels from the golden age of Philippine cinema. In honor of her memory and legacy, this representation had filed Senate Resolution 1290. With a career spanning over 6 decades, the esteemed Queen of Philippine cinema brought to life unforgettable characters that made us laugh, fall in love, and shed tears. Also known as the First Lady of Philippine cinema, she starred in more than 250 movies and TV shows, and as a testament of her remarkable acting, she received numerous awards and honors throughout her career, including Best Actress or Best Supporting Actress from FAMAS, Luna Awards, Metro Manila Film Festival, Gawad Durian, Star Awards for Movies, and Gawad Tanglaw, among many others. From her early acting years in 1941 as a budding talent for Sampaguita Pictures to her memorable portrayals and product endorsements well into her senior years, she proved her deep connection with the Filipino audience and that true artistry knows no age and has no expiration. Pilita Corrales. Next, Mr. President, is an icon in her own field. Senate Resolution 1336, filed by this representation, honors the grace, elegance, and distinctive style of Miss Maria del Pilar Garrido Corrales. Long before we had Spotify or YouTube, to get familiarized with singers and their craft, we had Pilita Corrales, whose fame extended across multiple continents. She is the one and only Asia's Queen of Songs, an enduring symbol of Filipino artistry, a true icon and a national treasure. Siya lang naman ang kauna-unang Pilipinong mga awit na nanguna sa Australian pop charts noong 1959 dahil sa kanyang locally produced single na Come Closer to Me. At noong 2018, napabilang pa ang kanyang awitin sa Sounds of Australia ng National Film and Sound Archive of Australia dahil sa cultural, historical, and aesthetical significance nito. She brought Filipino music and talent to the global stage at a time when very few had such opportunities. She performed across Asia, Europe, the United States, and the Middle East. In 1972, she etched her name in history as the first Filipino to conquer the international stage at the prestigious Tokyo Music Festival, seizing the Best Performer Award and winning over global icons like Paul Williams and Olivia Newton-John, a moment that declared that the voice of a Filipino would stand shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. She was once hailed as the greatest singer in the Philippines for her vocal prowess, unique style, and versatility, backed by a career spanning more than 6 decades that included 135 albums recorded in Filipino, English, Spanish, and even Cebuano. At talagang wala rin makakalimot sa signature back-breaking bend ni Pilita kapag kumakanta na maraming gumagaya sa entablado, sa telebisyon, at sa social media. While we already bid goodbye to her, she is most remembered as a true friend and a trailblazing icon of Filipino music for her unparalleled contributions as a singer, performer, ambassador, and mentor to our nation's successful singers. And finally, Nora Honor. Finally, we give honor and thanks to one of the country's most beloved and decorated artists, whose fame and acting style reverberated across the country and celebrated by the world. This representation filed Senate Resolution number 1337 to honor her invaluable contribution to our nation's heritage. Ginoong Pangulo, maraming pangalan ang kinikilala ng iba't ibang henerasyon. Mga pangalan na ukit na sa ating kamalayan dahil sa natatanging kontribusyon sa kanilang larangan at sa pagbibigay ng karangalan ng ating bansa, sa ating bansa. At isa sa mga pangalan ito ay si Miss Nora Cabaltera Villamayor, ang aming kaibigan, nakilala natin lahat bilang Nora Honor, the one and only superstar, our national artist for film and broadcast arts. In retrospect, and for the appreciation of the newer generations. Ate Guy, or Tita Guy, was a singing champion. In her hometown in Iriga City, Camarines Sur, the young girl who started selling water on trains to help support her family won in amateur contests sponsored by leading milk brands at that time, Liberty and Dairy Gold. In Manila, the 14-year-old later became the grand champion of Tawag ng Tanghalan, the country's top amateur talent show in 1967. At a time when fair skin, tall stature, and mestiza features were the industry benchmark, Nora Honor defied conventional beauty standards. She was authentic, had impeccable talent, and most importantly, she very well connected with the everyday Filipino. At her time, she passed the vibe check. She was the face of magazine covers, brand endorsements, and TV commercials. She frequented radio programs and TV shows, starred in hundreds of films, including globally recognized and award-winning films, broke records with her recording albums, and actors lined up to serve as her Prince Charming. And Guy and Pip was among the earliest and probably one of the most successful love teams in our country. Ate Guy had multiple Best Actress awards, Lifetime Achievement Awards, and several achievements from local and international award-giving bodies, including an Asian Film Award for Best Actress. Her dedication to her craft and simplicity are forever etched in the hearts and minds of Filipinos. She offered masterclass in her performances, and strongly commanded the movie scenes with her intensity, raw emotional power, and silence. Himala, Thy Womb, Bona, and the biopic The Flor Contemplacion story, among others, are not just mere films. They are milestones which brought honor and pride to our country. Her 1982 Ishmael Bernal film, Himala, is the most celebrated and critically acclaimed films in Philippine cinema history, and one of the most important Filipino films ever made, often cited for its cinematic excellence and cultural impact. Ate Guy was also the first Filipino to receive the Bisato de Oro Award for Best Actress at the 69th Venice International Film Festival in 2012 for her poignant portrayal of a midwife in the Brillante Mendoza opus Thy Womb. Nais ko rin pong ibahagi na naging on-screen partner ni Ate Guy ang aking ama sa pelikulang Bakya Muneneng noong 1971 at Erap is My Guy noong 1973. In conclusion, Mr. President, though their voices are now still, their art will continue to resonate for generations to come. Their legacy lives on in the hearts of those that they touched, the countless stories they told, and the dreams they inspired. Their talents were not just admired, they were already woven into the very fabric of our national identity. Mr. President, these resolutions are a token of the Senate's highest esteem. We immortalize their legacy for bringing honor to our nation, for being relevant and deeply respected in the entertainment industry, and for bringing inspiration and happiness to many. In closing, Mr. President, we, the members of this august chamber, extend our deepest sympathies and condolences to their families. Remember them with deep respect and admiration, and spread into the records of this hall their lasting contributions. Mabuhay ang sining, mabuhay ang alaala ng ating mga alamat. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to make a manifestation is the daughter of another Filipino icon of the movie industry, Senator Grace Poe. I move that she be recognized.
Senator Poe is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. I shall also follow the order as initiated by our pro temp. Mr. President, I am in full support of the sponsorship of proposed Senate Resolution number 1320, which fittingly honors a true icon of Philippine entertainment, Miss Judy Ann Santos. For over 3 decades, she has graced our screens with performances, not only to captivate us, but also challenge and inspire. She's not just a celebrated actress, she's a devoted advocate, a mother, a model citizen who continues to use her voice to raise awareness on issues that matter: children's rights, women's empowerment, food security, family, and public health. In fact, I also watch her YouTube channel that gives us a lot of ideas and how to manage the home, cooking, what dishes to serve for the family. In recognizing Judy Ann, we recognize the power of art to touch lives, to promote national pride, and to drive social good. She's really a role model, a working woman, a family woman, somebody who can do drama and action. And I know this because one of my favorite movies of my dad is Isusumbong Kita sa Tatay Ko. I commend the good sponsor for this timely resolution. Let us support this measure as a meaningful tribute to one of our finest. Maraming salamat po. Next, of course, it is with deep respect and admiration that I rise today to express my support for the resolution honoring the life and legacy of another true icon in Filipino music and cinema, the great Pilita Corrales. Tita Pilita was the voice not just of her generation, but of generations. She has sung our mother's lullabies, our father's serenades, and the background music to our milestones. She is indeed the soul of our nation's songbook. Her 6-decade career is a testament not just to her talent, but to her discipline and passion. In an industry where longevity is rare, Tita Pelita defied the odds. She successfully recorded numerous albums, conquered international stages, the first Filipino ever to perform at the historic Carnegie Hall, and opened doors for Filipino artists to be heard across the globe. Personal ko pong napapanood si Tita Pilita sa ilan sa kanyang mga pagtatanghal. At kahit gaano kalaki ang venue, kahit gaano kaingay ang paligid, kapag siya na ang umawit, tahimik ang lahat. Ngunit hindi lang ganon si Tita Pilita. Kahit na gaano pa kakonte lang ang audience, kakanta siya. At ito ay usually ginagawa niya out of the kindness of her heart. Hindi lahat sa kanya ay kinikwenta. She loves her craft and she appreciates her audience. Ang hindi ko makakalimutang kanta ni Tita Pilita, a background also for me when I think about my father, is the song Usahay. One of the alam ko sa Cebuano yon, pero paborito ni FPJ yon. Kaya in one of the last edited music videos of FPJ, yun yung kanyang background music. So I think that we are really blessed to have witnessed such a natural talent and a wonderful person altogether. So to her family, I will always remember Tita Pelita, my mom and my dad's good friend, and the one who Filipinos really love. Ricky Davao. Ricky Davao was one of those rare artists who could do it all excellently. Over the course of his 4-decade career, he starred in more than 100 films, graced countless television shows, and brought to life powerful characters both on the mainstream and independent stage. Hindi siguro alam ng marami, pero ang isa sa mga unang pelikula ni Ricky ay kasamang tatay ko, si Fernando Poe Jr. sa Patayin si Mediavillo. Naalala ko ang mga kwento tungkol sa shooting kung paano na-impress si FPJ sa isang bagitong aktor. Ganon kagaling ang isang Ricky Davao. He was a natural. And what I also can't forget about him is in many gatherings, showbiz gatherings, friends gatherings, Ricky was really generous with his kindness, his talent, and his time. Pag meron ngang lull sa party, madaling hatakin si Ricky at sabihin, Ricky, ikaw na munang kumanta dyan. It was really game about it. Walang masama sa kanya. He was kind to everyone. Wala siyang pinipili. Kung sabihin na natin, sikat man o hindi, lahat ay tinatrato niyang ng kabutihan. So I'll always remember that smile of Ricky. Whenever I go to a showbiz gathering, I will surely miss it. Last but not the least, it is with a heavy heart and deep respect that I express my full support for this resolution, for the life and legacy of one of our country's most iconic and beloved artists. Heavy heart because I know we've really lost a star in our industry. But she wasn't just a star, she was the superstar. Sa loob ng mahigit 50 taon, si Nora Honor ay naging bahagi ng ating mga pelikula, musika, telebisyon, entablado at higit sa lahat ng ating mga puso. Walang kapantay ang kanyang kontribusyon sa industriya. Siya ay isang institusyon. Mula sa himala na pinarangalan sa loob at labas ng bansa, hanggang sa bona, naglalayag at daywum, every performance was more than just acting. Siya mismo ang character. She owned her character. At yun ngang kwento ng isang direktor, Joel Lamangan. Siya lang ang artistang pag sinabi mong iyak pero tutulo lang ang luha sa kaliwa o sa kanan, kaya niyang gawin. Si Nora ang actually pag tumingin pa lang sa camera, matutunaw ka na. The acting begins in her with her eyes. So you know really an actor that can perform well because even with just a simple way of standing and looking directly at the camera, she will already captivate you. I will never forget, of course, nakasama niya ang aking ama rin sa isang pelikulang My Little Christmas Tree. Pero ang hindi ko makakalimutan ay nung ako'y tumakbo ng 2016 and seeing that I was an embattled candidate, hindi ako pinabayaan ni Nora Honor ng inyong mom. Di bale kung talo ako, basta nandyan siya sa tabi ko. And I will always appreciate that. And today, I would like to give something to the family that came from your mom. When I lost, she visited me in my office and she gave me this. And I think it's really the perfect time for me to give this back to you. This is from your mom, but I think it's a symbol of something that you will always, that she will always be reminding you of. Let me give it. So this is a Madonna and child. And I remember your mom came to me and she told me, I can totally feel also what the children are feeling because like Lot and Matet, I am also adopted. So I know how it is.
You
But we are
forgot-
also
excuse me,
grateful to our parents
you
for
forgot
having taken care of us.
to acknowledge the two children.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, it's a generation gap there. You guys are much younger than us. So the ones that I know are the ones, but also, what is your name?
Kenneth and Kiko.
So,
Tama.
of course, Lot, Matet, Ian, Kiko, and Kenneth, that belongs to you. So anyway, That's all, Mr. President. Thank you for the opportunity and privilege to honor all of the great icons in our industry.
Thank you, Senator Grace Poe, for your co-sponsorship speech. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to make a manifestation is Senator Bongo. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Christopher Bongo is hereby recognized.
Mr. President, I want to manifest my desire to co-sponsor the resolution congratulating Ms. Judian Santos for winning Best Actress for the 45th Fantasporto Film Festival in Portugal. Naging kaibigan ko rin po ang kanyang kapatid na si
Jeffrey.
Wala. Jeffrey. 14 years old pa lang po ako. Kaibigan na po kami noon. Taga Caloocan po sila. And Mr. President, I also want to co-sponsor and associate myself with the resolutions offering our deepest sympathy on the death of national artists Nora Honor, Ricky Davao, Pilita Corrales, and Gloria Romero. Nora Honor is a luminary and a true icon who defined an era. Kaya po siya ay ginawaran ni dating Pangulong Duterte ng titulo ng National Artist. At isa pong karangalan na maging kaibigan ko po si Ma'am Nora Honor. Nalulungkot po ako sa kanyang pagpanaw na naging kaibigan ko po siya since 2022. At nakwento nga po ni Ma'am Lotlot na yung kanyang cellphone, nandyan daw yung sticker ng aking muka. Nalulungkot po ako, nakikiramay po ako. At isa pong karangalan na maging kaibigan po siya. Malapit po ang aking pamilya, aking nanay sa mga artista. Kaya nga po ako naging Christopher dahil kay Christopher De Leon nung bat. Sobrang, totoo po yan. Totoo po yan. Kaya po ako naging Christopher dahil yun po yung kasikatan ni Christopher De Leon, ni Nora Honor, nila Vilma Santos. Kaya dream come true ko po na makasama ko po rito sa Senado yung mga magagaling na artista. Sa totoo lang, nung nanalo po ako noong 2019, nakatabi ko po si Lito Lapid. Sabi ko kay Lito Lapid, Idol, magkatabi kami, ako, si Bato, si Lito Lapid. Sabi ko, pinapanood kita noon, kahoy pa yung sinihan. Wala pa sa mga mall yung sinihan, kahoy pa yan. At idol kita dahil dalawa yung kalaban mo, isa na lang yung bala. Tinira mo, patay yung dalawa. Totoo yan. Sabi niya, ang sagot ni Lito Lapid, iba na ngayon. Sabi niya, hindi lang dalawa ang kaya kong tamaan sa isang bala. Sabi niya, kaya ko 4. Dahil tinidor na ang ginagamit ko. Totoo yung kinikwento. Kaya kinikwento ko lang po dahil dream come true ko po na makasama sila. Ang ating pro tempore, napapanood ko yan noon sa sinihan. Isa po yan sa ating mga idol sa pelikula, pati sa ngayon sa basketball. Isa na lang po ang nagkulang sa kanya aside from artista at politiko. Boxer. Di ba sir, nanununtok ka noon? Biro lang. Bayad po ito si Senator Jinggoy. At Senator Robin, naging malapit rin po ako. Senator Robin, Senator Bong Revilla, at si Ipe Salvador, no? Mga kaibigan ko po. Marami po akong mga kaibigan na artista. Dahil nanay ko, mahilig talaga sa artista. At isa rin po sa pwedeng maging magaling na artista kung sakali, ay si Senator Grace po kung nag-artista po siya. I'm sure. At halos naman lahat dito ay malapit sa artista dahil ang ating Senate President, ang kanyang may bahay ay artista. At marami pang iba rito. Sino pa ba? Gusto mag-artista, may girlfriend na artista.
Hiwalay na.
Hindi na, ayaw tumingin dito eh. Mga anak ng artista, and of course ating presidente na si Joseph Estrada. Mga anak niya dito si Senator JB. Si Ricky Davao rin po na isa pong kilalang aktor at kaibigan rin po ng aking nanay, si Sir Charlie Davao. Habang si Miss Pilita Corrales naman po isang legendary Filipina singer, napakagaling po. Isa sa ating pinapanood talaga noon. Gloria Romero, isang magaling na actress at veteran actress. Sila po inspirasyon ng ating mga kababayan. Lubos po akong nakikiramay sa kanilang pagpanaw. Salamat po sa inyong naging ambag sa ating Philippine entertainment. As we mourn your passing, their passing, I mean, let us celebrate their lives which enrich Philippine entertainment and brought joy, inspiration, and pride to countless Filipino. Maraming salamat po sa inyo.
Thank you very much,
Mr. President.
thank you very much, Senator Christopher De Leon Bongo.
Mr. President, Yeah.
Senator Villanueva.
Mr. President, starstruck po ako sa nasa likuran natin. I will no longer deliver my manifestation with regard to these resolutions that we are about to pass. May I just be allowed to just insert into the records, Mr. President? Thank you.
The manifestation of the distinguished gentleman from Bulacan is hereby noted and inserted into the records. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, in line with the resolutions and manifestations, we would like to acknowledge the family members of the honorees, the guests of the Senate President Pro Tempore, is Lotlot De Leon, Ian De Leon, Matet De Leon Estrada, Kiko Villamayor, Kenneth Villamayor, Ms. Jackie Lu Blanco, Ramon Christopher Gutierrez, Ara Davao, Ms. Judy Ann Santos, Sir Ryan Agoncillo, Carol Santos, Jeffrey Santos, Jack Santos, and Mary Jane Buencamino.
Welcome to your Philippine Senate. May we request them to come forward to receive their
But
citation.
before that, Mr. President, we'd just like to adopt this simple resolution so that we will just have one
Please proceed.
photo opportunity. Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 1361. This is the resolution commending and congratulating Pedro Taduran for successfully defending the International Boxing Federation or IBF World Minimum Weight Championship title. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. The resolution is hereby adopted. Congratulations, Mr.
Pedro Taduran.
Pedro Taduran.
Yes, Mr. President, but before we suspend, Senator Bongo would like to make a manifestation.
Senator Christopher De Leon Bongo.
Boyet. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, as sponsor of this measure and as chairman of the Senate Committee on Sports, I just want to congratulate Pedro Taduran for successfully defending the International Boxing Federation, IBF, World Minimum Weight Championship title. Mr. President, our country is considered as a breeding ground for boxing talent. Kasama po natin dito si Senator Manny Pacquiao na ating pambansang kamao. Boxing is considered as one of the famous sports in the country. We have seen the humble beginnings of world-class boxers, including Olympic standouts. Suportahan po natin ang ating mga boxers at kayang-kaya po natin mag-produce ng marami pang medalists sa Olympics. Nakakatuwa po, no? Since 2019, ako naging chairman po ako since 2019, nakamit po natin ang first ever gold sa ating 2020 Tokyo Olympics at nakadalawang gold naman po tayo sa 2024 Olympics. Magtulungan po tayo, suportahan po natin ang ating mga atleta. I am committed to promoting and advancing our grassroots sports development programs for the betterment of our nation. Karamihan po dito galing sa probinsya po. Tulungan po natin sila. Pag nagsama po ang pribado at ang gobyerno, alam kong kaya nating magtagumpay. Mr. President, sa kabila ng ating mga problema at iba't ibang hamon sa buhay, tayong mga Pilipino ay lumalaban at namamayagpag. Naway maging daan ito upang mas marami pang mga kabataan ang mabigyan mo ng inspirasyon na mangarap at magtagumpay sa buhay. Mabuhay ka, Pedro. Mabuhay ang atletang Pilipino. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bongo.
Yes.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, likewise, we would like to acknowledge the manager and the managers of Pedro Taduran, Miss Cuco Ilorde and Martin Ilorde, son and daughter of the great Flash Ilorde, Miss Vina Reyes and his coach Card. And Mr. President, we are proud that Pedro Taduran is product of Ilorde Boxing Gym, no? Where we also box. So we're proud of his accomplishments. With that, Mr. President, I move for a minute suspension to allow the honorees to ascend the podium.
Senate session suspended
Join us.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2899 under Committee Report number 429, the bill on the Philippine National Nuclear Energy Safety. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
To continue the period of amendments, I move that we recognize the sponsors, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano and Senator Win Gatchalian, to continue with these proposed amendments.
Senator Alan Peter, Cayetano, and Senator Win Gatchalian are here.
Thank you, Mr. President. So from star power, we will go back to atomic power. On page 19, line 1 to 7, delete subsection C and replace with an authorized party that operates a nuclear power plant shall set aside an amount to be determined by the PhilAtom in consultation with the ERC from electricity generated from the use of nuclear energy on a monthly basis to establish a decommissioning trust fund. The amount may be adjusted by the PhilAtom considering the current economic conditions at the time, the income generated by the authorized party, and the amount of high-level radioactive waste produced, provided that the said amount shall not be passed on to the electricity consumers. These are amendments from Senator Gatchalian, Hontiveros, and Legarda, Mr. President. Did I read it right, Senator?
Yes, Mr. President.
There's no objection, we accept it.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, on page 19, line 18. Line 18, delete the word 70 and replace it with 7.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, anterior amendment on
What page?
page 19, line 8. Delete the word revenues and replace it with all amounts.
What does the sponsor say?
Yes. Accepted, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
And page 19, once again, Mr. President, line 12, after the word respectively, add the phrase of the relevant power plant operator. So move, Mr. President.
Accepted, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
And on the same page, page 19, line 9, after the, on page 19, line 19, after the phrase exempted by the, and the phrase, add the phrase PhilAtom Council with the concurrence of the. So move, Mr. President.
Accepted, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Still on page 19, Mr. President, on line 22, replace the word authority from PhilAtom. Replace the word authority with PhilAtom.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Moving to page 20, Mr. President, line 1, replace the word authority with PhilAtom.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On same page, line 5, replace the word authority with PhilAtom.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Same page, line 12, replace the word authority with PhilAtom, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, my next one is on page 25. Any amendments between page 19 and 25?
Are there no amendments between pages 20 to 25?
If none, Mr. President, from
May-
the DOE, page 25, line 7 to 8, replace the word National Security Council with the Department of National Defense.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Mr. President, on page 26, line 9, after the words assigned responsibility, include the following sentence: the National Emergency Plan shall be integrated with the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Plan to ensure a coordinated, effective response to nuclear incidents. This is from Senators Legarda and Hontiveros, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Mr. President, from the DOE on page 39, line 7, replace the word Department of Environment Natural Resources with the phrase PhilAtom in consultation with the DNR and other appropriate agencies. So move, Mr. President.
Any
Subject to style, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is approved, subject to style.
Mr. President, on the same page, line 11, delete the word exclusively and after the word managed, delete the phrase by the competent authority created by the government pursuant to national law until the period and replace with the phrase in such a manner as determined by Philatom, subject to style, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, is approved, subject to style.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 42, line 3, replace the word law with the word act from the DOE, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Mr. President, this is from the BCDA. On page 43, line 20, delete the sentence starting from the phrase a land area until the word office in line 23 and replace the same with the sentence an area under the administration of the Bases Conversion and Development Authority within Clark Special Economic Zone in Pampanga and Tarlac may be leased exclusively for the Philatom based on the terms and conditions upon by the BCDA and Philatom in accordance with existing laws, rules, and regulations.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Just a clarification, Mr. President, nothing to stop them from buying or procuring land in BCDA if the conditions change in the future, no, or a grant by the BCDA. So, but for the beginning of the implementation of this law, magli-list muna sila sa BCDA. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Mr. President, on page 43, line 27 to 32, this is from the Department of Budget Management. Delete the entire provision except the section under the section number and title and replace with the amount necessary for the initial implementation of this act shall be charged against the current year's appropriation of the department / agencies concerned, subject to the existing accounting and auditing laws, rules, and regulations. Thereafter, such sums as may be necessary for the continued implementation of this act shall be included in the General Appropriations Act, period, subject to style, Mr. President. So,
Is there any objection? There being none, amendments approved, subject to style.
Mr. President, from Senator Legarda and Senator Hontiveros, add a new section after section 17.
Is that an anterior amendment?
Yes, so para lang po sa numbering.
Okay.
So papasok na po natin to as the new section 18. Then the section 18 will now be titled Integration of Nuclear Energy Plan with the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Framework. Then renumber after section 18. Sa ilalim po ng title, no nuclear facility shall be sited in areas classified by PHIVOX, DNR, or other relevant agencies as high risk for earthquakes, volcanic eruption, flooding, or other recurring natural hazards. Sites located within or adjacent to protected areas, key biodiversity areas, and ancestral domains shall be subject to enhanced review and public consultation in accordance with applicable environmental and cultural protection laws, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved, and sections are going to be renumbered accordingly.
Ito after 18, so 19. Okay. Same, Mr. President, anterior, will add another section to be section 19 after section 18, entitled, this is from Senator Legarda and Senator Tiberos, entitled Prohibition on Siting in Disaster-Prone and Ecologically Critical Areas. Prior to the approval of any nuclear facility, the project proponent shall secure free, prior, and informed consent from affected indigenous cultural communities, indigenous peoples in accordance with Republic Act number 8371 or the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act. The proponent shall also conduct meaningful consultation with LGUs and civil society organizations to ensure the inclusive and participatory decision-making. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Being none, amendments approved.
Then, Mr. President, renumber the sections
And
after
the sections
section
are
19.
going to be renumbered accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is all.
Thank you, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there being no additional amendment, I move to close the period of amendment.
Any objection?
Sorry, Mr. President, Senator Pia Cayetano will go nuclear because she asked me already a while ago that she will take the throne. May I not be a victim of that and allow her to speak, please?
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's not an amendment, it's just a clarification that I'd like to ask. Mr. President, when we attended a conference on energy, there were speakers on nuclear energy, and many of the questions of the participants revolved around the difficulty in Asia, that Asia is generally has difficulty accepting nuclear power. And the response of the expert was basically to say that that is really the biggest challenge when it comes to nuclear in Asia. So we'd like to know that in this measure, given that that's the biggest challenge, for an expert to say that the challenge isn't even on the safety, on the expense, but it's acceptance, is that something that will be part of the responsibilities of the regulatory agency?
29. So the director just wants to give this information that there was an actual survey done in 2023 that more than 70% of our people actually in favor of nuclear. Having said that, that is precisely why we are separating PNRI and PhilAtom. Kasi hindi dapat PhilAtom ang mag-promote ng nuclear. So the best promotion that PhilAtom can give is to be the most independent and qualified agency when it comes to security, safeguards, and safety, to assure the people that there is a regulatory body that has checked every single element of using nuclear or atomic power. It will now be PNRI and also, of course, the executive branch, because in the end, it will be the executive branch who will not only initiate but give the policy framework of do we want to go into nuclear or not.
So in other words, it is PhilAtom that, if I can use the word, will be PhilAtom will be the one that will have to have an open mind and not be biased for any type of technology. They will say it as it is. This is what suits this area. Does not suit that area, and that in itself will build confidence. That is what
So,
you're saying.
Maybe the closest
Technology indifferent.
Yes.
That's the word I was looking
Yeah.
for.
I think the closest I can go and at the same time honor your work with the FDA is that the FDA should not promote one medicine over the other or one diagnostic machine over the other. That should be the DOH or the doctors group or the private group na sabihin, for ganitong klaseng diagnostic, mas maganda ang PET scan or mas maganda ang MRI or etc. No? So ang FDA, ang trabaho nila is to make sure that it's safe for use and then certified. So and I promised the minority leader na we will review the whole bill. That's why tinanggal natin nga yung portion na sinasabing dapat may ganitong target, no? So it's not even promotion. Ang nakita ko lang dito ng konti yung magkakaroon ng scholars at saka ng opportunity ang PhilAtom, di ba, to send Filipinos to partner organizations, whether it's IAEA or whether it's like the French or Japanese regulatory bodies as mentioned by former Senate President Subiri, no? But otherwise, they should just be waiting for the applications and then doing their jobs in training people, building the facilities. So yung research, they will have research, but it will be limited to research for regulatory functions.
Okay.
But for research for use, it will be PNRI will continue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I thank the chairperson of the Committee on Energy because precisely the debate will be in her committee. and of course involve all of us whether or not we should go into the use of nuclear energy in terms of power supply. No?
Thank you, Senator Pia, Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. President, there being no additional amendment, I move to close the period of amendment.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2899. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, Senate Bill number 2899 is hereby approved on second reading.
The Deputy Minority Leader seeking the floor.
Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. For the record, I would like to thank the good sponsor for his generosity in accepting my amendments. I believe these enhancements would protect consumers from added costs, protect the ancestral domains of indigenous peoples and our fragile environment, and encourage transparency in the use of Philatom's budget. Para po doon, salamat, good sponsor. But, Mr. President, the vision of a nuclear-free Philippines is something close to my heart, as it is what introduced me on the path of activism, and it's been a continuing advocacy of mine ever since. I also consulted with various advocates who expressed their reservations and think the bill requires more extensive discussion. That is why I would respectfully have to register my no vote. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Risa, Majority Leader.
May I just
For
request that
Senator Alan?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. May I ask that I will just submit to the Secretariat the names of the officials from the OST and from PNRI, who I just want for the record to give honor, they did the hard work here. So aside from Dr. Carlo Arcilla, our director, and Dr. Valerie Samson, marami po sila dito, but I will submit it to the Secretariat just to reflect for posterity that sila po kasama yung mga nabanggit kong author ang talagang nag-work, including USEC for Special Concerns, TED Talk, Gatchalian.
The manifestation of Senator Allen is hereby noted.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2899.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2987 under Committee Report number 531. This is the bill on the Office of the Chief State Counsel. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the resumption of consideration of the aforementioned bill is now in order.
Having sponsored the measure and there being no reservation for interpellation, nor committee or individual amendments, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2987. So move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2987 is hereby approved on second reading.
I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2987.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 9155 under Committee Report number 534. This is the bill on the renewal of franchise of PEC Broadcasting Corporation. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the resumption of consideration of the said bill is now in order.
Having sponsored the measure, I move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Raffy Tulfo, and to interpellate our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Senators Tulfo and Pimentel are hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor, Mr. President,
Yes.
unless he has an opening statement.
No, I don't have any opening statement.
Sige po, Mr. President, from my with this permission, from our reading of this bill, we get the impression that this is just more than the reorganization of the Philippine Coast Guard. Actually, it's the upgrading of the what are we? Electric Ops. I'm sorry, Mr. President. Can I get a minute suspension?
Need suspension.
Session suspended.
So for the record, under consideration is House Bill number 9155 under our committee report number 534. The title of the measure is an act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to PEC Broadcasting Corporation under Republic Act number 8685 entitled an act granting to PEC Broadcasting Corporation a franchise to construct, establish, install, maintain, and operate radio and television stations in the Philippines. So may we just get some facts from our sponsor, Mr. President? Is it accurate to say that the first 25-year franchise granted to PEC Broadcasting Corporation under Republic Act number 8685 has already expired last year 2023 or on June 25, 2023 to be exact?
That is precisely correct, Mr. President. But before it expired on June 25, 2023, they did file for a renewal of the franchise, but it wasn't heard in Congress. Na-shelve lang po yung kanilang request hanggang sa mismo na yung SEC issued a certification telling the PEC that their franchise is dissolved or their company is dissolved, cease to exist. But however, we filed a bill this year, 2025, for them to have a new franchise, Mr. President.
And when the original franchise expired on June 25, 2023, from that date up to today, the corporation, the broadcasting corporation, has ceased broadcasting.
That is correct, Mr. President.
Under the expired franchise. So hindi na niya, there was no continuation of the activities authorized under the franchise which has expired.
Which means, in short, Mr. President, they shut down.
Yes.
Shut down of their operation.
Which means that they faithfully followed the law.
That is correct,
Yes,
Mr. President.
so I will give them credit for that, Mr. President. So, and of course, my assumption is that the body or the provisions in House Bill number 9155 would restate the provisions basically restate the provisions found in the original franchise, Republic Act number 8685. Tama po ba yan?
Tama po, Mr. President.
Wala pong tayong bagong konsepto or kapangyarihan na binigay sa ating grantee?
Wala po, Mr. President.
So with that, Mr. President, wala naman ata tayo ring natanggap na opposition or objection to this kung hindi na natin matawag tong renewal or let's say a grant of a new franchise. Wala naman pong opposition received by the committee?
Wala po opposition, Mr. President. Wala din complaint po sa mga taga Butuan City and sa kanilang mga listeners and viewers. No opposition whatsoever, Mr. President.
So with that, Mr. President, I terminate my interpellation and of course congratulate our sponsor as well as the grantee at pinakita niyang number one, walang complaints, walang opposition, walang objection, and number two, this looks like a law-abiding broadcasting corporation, Mr. President.
Ganun na nga po lumalabas, Mr. President.
So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pimentel. Just one question, if I may.
Yes.
What does PEC stand for?
The acronym doesn't stand for anything, I believe, Mr. President, just PEC. I don't know what it means, but they just put it PEC, even in their papers, the
How do you pronounce it?
PE spec.
Okay.
Don't double it, please.
So where is this based?
In Butuan City, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Tulfo. Majority Leader,
There being no other reservation of interpellation, I move to close the period of interpellation.
any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
With no committee or individual amendment, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 9155. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motions approves. House Bill number 9155 is hereby approved on second reading.
I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 9155.
Any objection? There being none, motions approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 10698 under Committee Report number 535. This is the bill on the grant of franchise to Camarines Sur for Electric Cooperative Incorporated. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the resumption of consideration of the said bill is now in order.
Having sponsored the measure, I move to open the period of interpellation and recognize once again the sponsor and our minority leader for his interpellation.
The period of interpellation is in order. Senators Tulfo and Pimentel are hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I believe that our sponsor sponsored just a few days ago similar bills of electric co-ops where we waived our interpellation because I think these were electric co-ops rated at the highest category, Mr. President, yung last time, yes?
Yes, Mr.
Yes.
President. Even this one,
Anong rating po nun last time?
triple A, Mr.
Triple A.
President.
And how about this one?
Triple A as well, Mr. President.
So, with that, Mr. President, hindi na tayo nag-interpolate noon because unless, of course, were there objections or opposition received by the committee?
Just like the previous cooperatives that I sponsored yesterday, there were no complaints and no opposition whatsoever from all sides, Mr. President. Yes.
So with that, Mr. President, I will terminate my interpellation on this on the Casureco 4 Electric Cooperative Incorporated, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pimentel, Majority Leader.
There being no other reservation for interpellation, I move to close the period of interpellation.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
I move to open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor, Senator Raffy Tulfo, for committee amendment. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, period of committee amendments now in order. Senator Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 2, line 3, after the word successor, insert the phrase or the National Electrification Administration, NEA, or its legal successor. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 2, line 14, delete the section titled Authority of Energy Regulatory Commission, ERC, and replace the same with Authority of the ERC, NEA, and other government agencies. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 2, line 15, after the acronym ERC, insert a comma followed by the acronym NEA. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
On page 3, line 19, delete the word rights and replace it with the word interests. So I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
On page 3, on page 3, after line 22, insert the new section 8 to read as follows and renumber succeeding sections accordingly. Section 8, right of the government. A special right is hereby reserved to the President of the Philippines in times of war, rebellion, public peril, calamity, emergency, disaster, or disturbance of peace and order, to temporarily take over and operate the stations or facilities of the grantee, to temporarily suspend the operations of any of its stations or facility in the interest of public safety, security, and public welfare, or to authorize the temporary use and operation thereof by any agency of the government upon due compensation to the grantee for the use of the stations or facilities during the period when these shall be so operated. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none? Before that, yes, Senator.
Doesn't that already appear on in the bill, Mr. President? What you read?
Yes, Mr. President.
So was what the
amendment
sponsor read already appearing on the bill, Mr. President?
This is an amendment.
I mean, it's suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended. Thank you, Mr. Pro. Thank you, Mr. President. We will retract on page 3 after line 22, insert a new section 8 to read as follows and renumber succeeding sections accordingly.
So you will withdraw your amendment, your
We
previous
will
amendment?
withdraw the amendment on that particular section, Mr. President. So therefore, if I may continue on page 3,
Okay, the previous amendment of Senator Tulfo is hereby withdrawn. Please continue.
thank you, Mr. President. On page 3, lines 41 to 42, and page 4, lines 1 to 2, delete the entire section, term of franchise, and replace it with a new section to read as follows. Section 11, term of the franchise. This franchise shall be for a term of 25 years that shall commence from the date of expiration of Casureco 4's existing franchise unless sooner canceled. This franchise shall be deemed IPSO facto revoked in the event that the grantee fails to operate continuously for 2 years. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none.
Subject to the number, to correction of the number.
All right, subject to style. Any objection? There
No.
being none, amendments approved. Please proceed.
On page 4, lines 3 to 8, delete the entire section 11, acceptance and compliance, and renumber succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
On page 5, line 14, delete the period and replace it with a comma, then insert the phrase and Republic Act number 10531 or the National Electrification Administration Reform Act of 2013. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
I have an anterior amendment, Mr. President.
What page?
On page 3, line 23, insert a new section to read as follows, Mr. President. Section 8, commitment to provide and promote the creation of employment opportunities. The grantee shall create employment opportunities and shall allow on-the-job training in their franchise operations, provided that priority shall be accorded to the residents where their principal office is located, provided further that the grantee shall comply with the applicable labor standards and allowance entitlement under existing labor laws, rules, and regulations, and similar issuances. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? There being none, amendments approved.
That's all for the House Bill number 10698 under committee report number
With-
535.
With the renumbering,
President.
please, I suggest the renumbering of the sections now, because now the sponsor has inserted a new section, Mr.
Yes.
President.
Noted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The chair would like to thank the minority leader for really scrutinizing every word and every punctuation marks. That is why we will miss him in the next Congress.
Thank you.
According to Senator Tulfo,
Majority-
you will not miss me,
Minority
Mr.
Leader.
President.
Anyway, you have a equally, what do you call this? Capable of heading the minority next Congress.
No, Mr. President.
No, I'm referring to Senator Risa.
Okay. I thought you were referring to me. Mr.
Because you belong to the majority, Senator Tulfo.
Who knows if they invite me? I don't know. Let's see. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Majority Leader.
With that, Mr. President, I move to close the period of committee amendments. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 10698. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, House Bill number 10698 is hereby approved on second reading.
I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 10698.
Any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 11042 under Committee Report number 536, the bill on the grant of franchise. First Laguna Electric Cooperative Incorporated or FLECO. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of the said bill is now in order.
Having sponsored the measure, I move to open the period of interpellation and recognize our sponsor, Senator Rafi Tulfo, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel.
Hearing no objection, period of interpellation is in order. Senators Tulfo and Pimentel are hereby recognized.
With the permission of the,
proceed.
with the permission of our sponsor. The same approach, Mr. President. What is the rating of this electric co-op, Mr. President?
AAA, Mr.
Triple
President.
A again, so just like the others, Mr. President, already sponsored by our hardworking sponsor. And just for the record, any objection?
There
Ano
are
pa
no
ba?
objections
No
from all
objection.
sides, Mr. President.
Okay. So with that, Mr. President, I terminate my interpellation.
Thank you, Senator, the Minority Leader, Majority Leader.
There being no other reservation, I move to close the period of
Any
interpellation.
objection? There being none, motion is approved.
I move to open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor, Senator Rafi Tulfo, for committee amendments.
Hearing no objection, the period of committee amendments in order. Senator Tulfo is recognized.
On page 2, line 13, delete the section title Authority of ERC and NEA and replace the same with Authority of the ERC, NEA, and other government agencies. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
On page 4, lines 3 to 6, delete the entire section 11, term of franchise, and replace it with a new section to read as follows. Section 11, term of the franchise. This franchise shall be for a term of 25 years that shall commence from the date of expiration of PLECO's existing franchise unless sooner canceled. This franchise shall be deemed IPSO facto revoked in the event that the grantee fails to operate continuously for 2 years. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
That's all for the House Bill number 11042 under Committee Report number 536, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to close the period of the committee amendments. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 11042. So move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? There being none, motion is approved. House Bill number 11042 is hereby approved on second reading.
I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 11042.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2903 under Committee Report number 431. This is the bill on the revised Philippine Coast Guard law. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, it's a resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2903 is now in order.
Having sponsored the measure, I move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Rafi Tulfo, and our Minority Leader, Coco Pimentel III.
Hearing no objection, period of interpellation is in order. Senators Tulfo and Pimentel are hereby recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you. With the permission of our sponsor, Mr. President, this is the bill I said that I noticed that this is more than just the reorganization of the Philippine Coast Guard. Actually, it's the upgrading of the Philippine Coast Guard. So may we know from the sponsor how his bill upgrades the Philippine Coast Guard?
Yes, first of all, it's a reorganization, Mr. President, because PCG or Philippine Coast Guard is a growing organization. It performs so many functions covering maritime safety, maritime security, environmental protection, search and rescue, disaster response, and many more. It is high time to reorganize so it can function effectively, Mr. President. It needs more personnel so that it can do its job better.
Recently, we passed 2 laws, like the archipelagic sea lanes and the maritime domains law. And then in the archipelagic sea lanes, I believe the law enforcer there is the Coast Guard. Has this new role or assignment or responsibility of the Coast Guard been considered in this in the drafting of this bill, Mr. President?
That is correct. Excuse me, precisely, Mr. President. That is the reason why we have this bill, so that we are going to support the Philippine Coast Guard to have more personnel so that they can do their job better in performing all these functions that are given to them, these new functions, Mr. President.
Are we going beyond personnel, Mr. President, like let's say hardware? Are we also upgrading the hardware of the Philippine Coast Guard?
No, no, Mr. President. It's in another bill, Mr. President.
Sa iba.
The modernization bill.
Okay. But I think we have new ideas about their ranks, classification, and benefits of our PCG personnel. Tama po ba yan?
Tama po yun.
Without going into the details na lang po, I mean, what
Ah.
is the main idea about the ranks?
Tama po yun, Mr. President. It's about the pension of the some members of the Philippine Coast Guard, Mr. President. Their pension going back to 2009, where there was a flaw and it has at kailangan pong ma-adjust para po maging compatible po o comparable sa mga counterpart nila po sa Philippine Navy at sa other members of the AFP and PNP as well.
Magbabago po mga ranks na yung nomenclature ng ranks of the PCG? Hindi pa.
Wala pong pagbabago sa ranks,
Sige
Mr.
pa.
President.
Thank
Ang
you.
pagbabago lamang po pag nag-retire sila yung kanilang pong pension.
Saan natin kinuha yung idea sa military o sa police? Parang gano'n. One rank higher? Parang gano'n ba yun?
It's supposed to be one rank higher, Mr. President. Ganun lang. Katulad po sa AFP at saka katulad po sa PNP.
And then, Mr. President, we recently passed RA 12122, a law, very specific, ano? Very specific, ano? A law very, which is very specific in its subject matter, fixing the term of the PCG commandant. Have we also considered that in
Yes.
drafting this bill?
Yes, Mr. President.
Accommodated na po ito?
Kasama na po yun, Mr.
Sige po.
President.
So with that, Mr. President, all bases are covered or have been anticipated by our sponsor, Mr. President. So I would like to congratulate him again, Mr. President, for this potential landmark law. Actually, ito
Thank you, Mr.
about the PCG. So I just hope na may oras pa and ma-accommodate pa po tayo sa House of Representatives para meron po tayong reconciled version.
Let's
So,
keep our fingers crossed, Mr. President.
thank you po. So I'd like to congratulate the sponsor and then thank him for his patience and his time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pimentel, Majority Leader.
There being no other reservation of interpellation, I move to close the period of interpellation.
An objection, there being none, motion's approved.
I move to open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor, Senator Raffy Tulfo.
Senator Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, before I introduce the individual amendments, I would like to acknowledge all the members of the Senate for their valuable inputs and insights to enhance these proposed legislations. The following are the individual amendments. On page 2, line 5, after the word service, delete the phrase surface support force. I so move, Mr.
An
President.
objection, hearing none, amendments approved.
That's all, Mr. President, and thank you.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, additional amendments?
There are some additional amendments,
please
Mr. President,
proceed.
pardon me, Mr. President. On page 2, line 9, after the word force, delete the phrase community relations and replace it with civil relations service. I so move, Mr. President.
An objection, hearing none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Still on page 2, line 9, after the word canine, delete the word enforcement. I
Any-
so move, Mr.
An
President.
objection, hearing none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 2, line 15, delete the word 15 and its numerical equivalent 15 and replace it with 16. I so move, Mr. President.
An objection, hearing none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 2, line 21, after the phrase Western Visayas CGD WV, insert the phrase Southern Visayas CGD SV. I so move, Mr. President.
An objection, hearing none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
That's all.
On page 3, lines 3 and 4, after the word B, delete the phrase computed based on the total coastline of the Philippines with 3 uniform personnel per 1 kilometer of coastline and replace it with the phrase sufficient to support its mandates, excuse me. I so move, Mr. President.
An objection, hearing none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 3, lines 6 and 7, delete all the words units and replace them with the word commands. I so move, Mr. President.
An objection, hearing none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
On page 3, lines 10, 11, delete the entire paragraph to enhance the capability and field expertise of uniformed personnel. The PCG shall implement functional service specialization of its three core functional areas. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 5, lines 14 to 24, delete the entire section 5 and replace it with a new section 5 to read as follows. New section 5, the PCG commandant, the PCG shall be headed by a commandant who shall have the rank of a Coast Guard admiral, provided that he or she shall be appointed by the President of the Philippines from among the flag officers in the Coast Guard service. He or she shall hold a command at sea badge and must have served as district commander and functional service commander, including other major commanders carrying the rank of vice admiral. The commandant shall have a maximum term of 3 years, which shall commence on the date the appointment is signed unless sooner terminated by the President. The PCG commandant shall be compulsorily retired upon completion of the maximum term or upon relief by the President. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 6, line 24, after the word Philippines, insert the phrase or the Secretary, Department of Transportation, as the case may be. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 8, lines 12 to 16, delete all the phrases Coast Guard before the mention of each officer's rank. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 10, line 16, delete the word 3 and its numerical equivalent 3 and replace it with 5. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 10, line 17, delete the word 5 and its numerical equivalent 5 and replace it with 8. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 10, line 18, delete the word 8 and its numerical equivalent 8 and replace it with 10. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 13, line 3, after the words oaths, insert the following 2 new paragraphs. The legal officers duly authorized to handle, litigate, and appear for the PCG personnel herein shall be entitled to receive a special counsel, allowance, or lawyer's incentive pay amounting to not more than 50% of their base pay, which shall be included in the pay slip of said legal officer for the duration of the case in court. There shall be created a prosecution and litigation unit to handle and monitor all cases filed for or against the PCG or its personnel in relation to the performance of PCG functions. Legal officers assigned therein shall automatically be entitled to SCA or LIP. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 15, line 7, remove the period after the word later and replace it with a semicolon. Then insert a proviso to read as follows. Provided further that the commandant shall be compulsorily retired upon the completion of the tour of duty as provided under Section 13 of this Act or upon relief by the President. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 21, line 17, delete the section titled Coast Guard Internal Affairs Service, CGIAS, and replace it with Coast Guard Inspector General and Internal Affairs Service, CGIGIAS. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 21, line 8, line 19, delete the acronym CGIAS and replace it with the acronym CGIG-IAS. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 21, line 25, after Section 46, Coast Guard Internal Affairs Service, CGIAS, insert a new paragraph to wit. The personnel of the CGIG-IAS, whether officer or non-officer, who are performing actual investigative duties, including PCG personnel who perform investigative duties, shall be granted occupational specialty pay, which shall not exceed 50% of their basic pay and shall be reflected in their payslip for the work performed, provided that such personnel shall not be entitled to the occupational specialty pay under Section 26 hereof. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 24, lines 6 to 21, delete the entire Section 55, transitory provisions, replace it with a new and shorter Section 55, transitory provisions to read as follows. New Section 55, transitory provisions. All previous appointments and promotions of PCG uniform personnel made prior to the enactment of this act shall remain valid and subsisting. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 24, after Section 55, transitory provisions, insert a new section and renumber succeeding sections accordingly. New section, adjustment of retirement benefits and pension indexation. The retirement benefits of personnel affected by the implementation of Republic Act number 9993, Joint Resolution number 4, S period 2009, or series of 2009, and Joint Resolution number IS 2018 shall be adjusted as follows. A, for non-officers whose retirement benefits were affected by the implementation of Republic Act number 9993, any discrepancies resulting from the application of this act and Republic Act number 993 shall be returned to the retiree. This adjustment shall also apply to the indexation of pensions to base pay scale adjustments affected by Republic Act number 9993. B, the retirement benefits of personnel holding the ranks of admiral and vice admiral who were adversely affected by the Joint Resolution number 4, series of 2009, entitled Joint Resolution authorizing the President of the Philippines to modify the compensation and position classification system of civilian personnel and the base pay schedule of military and uniform personnel in government and for other purposes. And Joint Resolution number 1, series of 2018, entitled Joint Resolution authorizing the increase in base pay of military and uniform personnel in the government and for other purposes, shall be adjusted to align with the benefits of the contemporary ranks of general and lieutenant general in the Armed Forces of the Philippines, or AFP, and the Philippine National Police, or PNP. Furthermore, personnel affected by the aforementioned joint resolutions shall be paid the corresponding difference in pay and allowances resulting from these adjustments. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo. Majority Leader.
With no other amendment, I move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved. Motion is approved.
I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2903. So move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? There being none, motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2903 is hereby approved on second reading.
I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2903.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Motion is approved.
Minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2999 under Committee Report number 533. This is the state of imminent disaster bill. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2999 is now in order.
Having closed the period of deliberation, I move to open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, to propose the individual amendment. So move, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? Hearing none, the period of individual amendments is in order. Senator Jinggoy Estrada, our SPPT, is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 1, after subparagraph B, introduce a new subparagraph C to read as follows. C, bridge the gap between long-term disaster risk reduction efforts and reactive humanitarian response by enabling shorter-term measures implemented based on forecasts and data on the impact of past events, potential exposure, and vulnerability. Re-letter the succeeding subparagraphs accordingly. I so
Is
move,
there an
Mr. President.
objection? Hearing none, the motion of Senator Estrada is hereby adopted.
On page 2, line 15, after the word adverse, insert the phrase humanitarian and other. I so move, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
On page 3, line 13, delete the article A and insert the phrase an impact level with. So subsection H will now read as follows. H, severe refers to an impact level with major, large-scale, and possibly catastrophic damage or disruption with anticipated collapse in the socio-economic systems in the affected areas. I so move, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
On page 4, lines 20 to 23, delete the entire section 8 and replace the same with section 8, monitoring of declaration of state of imminent disaster. The Office of Civil Defense, OCD, shall monitor the areas declared under a state of imminent disaster by the President, while concerned government agencies shall report to the OCD. Letter A, the status of declarations at the local level. Letter B, anticipatory action funds and utilizations. And letter C, estimated economic and social costs minimized. A summary report on the overall status of areas declared under state of imminent disaster shall be submitted by the OCD to the NDRRMC. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
On page 5, line 11, delete the phrase create and. Subsection G shall now read as follows. Implement contingency plans to mitigate damage to the agricultural products and food supply. Semicolon, and given the limited amount of time before the occurrence of the disaster, the time will only be for implementation of contingency plans and not for their creation. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
On page 5, line 18, delete the phrase 70% portion of the. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
On the same page, line 18, replace the word accrued with accruing. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
On page 5, line 19, after the word such, delete the word purpose and replace it with the phrase anticipatory action measures in addition to the purposes provided under section 21 of RA 10121. I so move, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? Chair hears none, motion is carried. What is the pleasure of the distinguished minority leader?
Just a question, Mr. President, on the effect of the last few amendments by the sponsor. We deleted the mention of the 70% portion of the local DRRM fund, Mr. President. Diba? Did we do that? We deleted it, diba?
Mr. President, this is to clarify that the unexpended fund from the LDRRMF, whether coming from 70% or from the 30% quick response fund, accrues to the special trust fund in line with the section 21 of RA 10121. The special trust fund can be used to support the disaster risk reduction and management activities of the local disaster risk reduction and management councils within the next 5 years, Mr. President.
What's the effect of our last three amendments, last 2 to 3 amendments about the funding, Mr. President? Ano mangyayari po, Mr. President? Kasi our last 2 to 3 amendments touched section 10 on funding, Mr. President.
Mr. President, according to our resource persons here, there will be no more distinction between the 30% QRF and the 70% trust fund. For as long as it is unexpended, it will go, everything will go to the trust fund, Mr. President.
And then the special trust fund can be spent for anticipatory actions.
Correct.
Ganun po yun.
Among others, Mr. President.
What are the others, Mr. President? What are the other expenditure items which can be charged to the special trust fund aside from anticipatory actions?
All disaster related expenditures, like for example, infrastructure projects, disaster mitigation projects, etc., etc.
Yung 30%, 70% distinction ba was introduced by this measure or nasa existing law yan? Kaya nga, so
It is within the existing law, Mr.
so are we indirectly also changing the 30%, 70% division in the existing law?
No, we are not, Mr. President.
Why does the sponsor say that, Mr. President? What in the one anong 10? Kasi ito po yung section 21 second paragraph ng 10121. Of the amount appropriated for LDRRMF, 30% shall be allocated as quick response fund or standby fund for relief and recovery programs in order that situation and living conditions of people in communities or areas taken by disasters, calamities, epidemics, or complex emergencies may be normalized as quickly as possible. Doon sa interpellation nga natin, kayo na-point out po ng ating resource persons na quick response fund is a response, not an anticipatory action. Kaya nga, so yung law, make sure na merong 30% for QRF. Ngayon, are we now deleting or erasing that reservation?
Pag hindi ginamit. Mr. President, anything that is unexpended, whether QRF or from the or from this 70%, will go to the special trust fund.
Yes,
Mr.
and the anticipatory actions can be charged against the special trust fund.
Yes.
So theoretically, anticipatory actions can deplete the special trust fund. Theoretically,
Pwede.
depriving now our quick response
Yes.
funding.
Theoretically, you are correct, Mr. President. It can really
Yes.
deplete the funds of the 70% portion.
Kaya nga, yung 10121 nga made sure na meron kang pang-response. So, are we not changing the idea in 101, RA 10121?
Excuse me?
Sa RA 10121, made sure na meron kang quick response. Kasi kayo na po yung nag-distinguish ng anticipatory action versus response. Response comes after. Tama po yun. Comes after. Anticipatory action comes before
Yes,
the disaster. So
you're correct.
yes, ang 10121 made sure na meron kang pang-respond, quick response fund. Ngayon, we want to erase that, anong tawag mo doon? That
Mr. President,
formula in a 10121 and possibly theoretically allow anticipatory actions to consume the entire fund.
Mr. President, no, we are not erasing it. We are only talking about here the unexpended QRF, which shall accrue to the special trust fund. And we are maintaining the 70-30
Kasi
ratio.
si QRF, Mr. President, passive talaga yan eh. Sabi niyo, dapat may mangyari munang disaster bago siya yan. So, how can we say na unexpended siya? It should be a standby amount eh. Standby funding eh. We cannot assume na unexpended siya kasi
Well, if the funds will not be utilized, it will still revert to the special trust fund pag hindi nagamit.
Sa bill kasi natin, Mr. President, meron tayong meron tayong formula na 70% lang ang pwede niyong gamitin because you were precisely the author was precisely observing the 70-30 na nasa 10121. Inapansin ko na sa ating amendments we are deleting the mention of the 70%. Yeah. Tama po ba? Diba sinabi niyo? Delete to delete the 70%. Tinanggal mo muna to eh.
Can I just consult our resource persons just for a
Yes,
minute?
can we have a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
the
Okay. We'll make it off record, Mr. President, that
Yes.
during the break, the resource persons of the sponsor were able to explain to this representation the role and the purpose and the usage of the special trust fund. Ang main effect, bali, would be that the special trust fund, which is already existing, will now also be open for use for anticipatory actions, among others, diba? Among other, under existing practice and existing law allowed, no, to be charged against the special trust fund. So thank you very much, Mr.
thank you, Minority Leader.
Thank you, Minority Leader. If I may continue.
Yes,
the-
please,
further-
the sponsor of the measure is recognized, Senator Estrada.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an amendment from Senator Lauren Legarda with few amendments from this representation. On page 5, after line 21, insert a new paragraph. The disbursement of funds shall be graduated and proportionate to the forecasted severity, lead time, and anticipated extent of damage as determined in the pre-disaster risk assessment. The graduation of allowable disbursements for each level of forecasted hazard and risk shall be defined in the implementing rules and regulations, or the IRR, taking into account scientific forecasts, operational feasibility, and the need to balance responsive with fiscal prudence. The graduation of disbursement shall not apply to other funding sources that may be lawfully utilized for anticipatory action, including agency budgets, external grants or donations, or other sources authorized by law. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion's carried.
Ano ba to? Ano ba to? This is an amendment from our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Hontiveros. On page 6, delete lines 17 to 23 and replace it with a malicious, letter A, malicious creation or spreading of false information, including hazard and risk information from demonstrably spurious sources, whether domestic or foreign, and re-letter the succeeding item accordingly. So section 12 will now only have two subsections A and B, as the first three items will be collapsed and merged into just one prohibited act pertaining to dissemination or false information. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of Senator Estrada is hereby carried.
On page 7, between line 21 and 22, insert a new section 15 to read as follows. Section 15, Congressional Oversight Committee. There is hereby created a Congressional Oversight Committee to monitor and oversee the implementation of the provisions of this act. The COC shall be composed of 5 members of the House of Representatives and 5 members of the Senate. The minority shall be entitled to pro-rata representation, but shall have at least 1 representative from each chamber. It shall be jointly chaired by the Committee on Disaster Resilience Chairperson for the House of Representatives and the Committee on National Defense and Security Chairperson for the Senate. It shall render a report and recommendation to Congress, which shall be the basis for policy legislation in disaster resilience, and renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion's carried.
That is all, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Estrada, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other additional amendment, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The motion of the Majority Leader to close the period of amendments hereby carried.
I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2999. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the Majority Leader to approve Senate Bill number 2999 is hereby carried.
I move that,
Congratulations.
I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2999.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion's carried.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2868. This is the bill on the anti-POGO. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the resumption of consideration of the aforementioned bill is now in order.
I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the clean copy of the bill as of June 2, 2025 as our working draft and recognize the sponsor, Senator Min Gatchalian, and to propose her individual amendments, our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. We hereby recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Gatchalian, and to introduce her individual amendments, our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat, Mr. President. So, good sponsor. If I may begin.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, good sponsor. The first proposed amendment for His Honor's consideration on definition of terms. So on page 2, line 22, in section 3F, I will propose to replace the word exclusively with the word catered in order to avoid the situation in which POGOs can skirt prosecution by catering to local as well as foreign players, so that the provision would now read, quote, offshore gaming, close quote, refers to offering of or participating in online games of chance or sporting events via the internet using a network and software or program operating within the Philippines catered to offshore authorized players. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr.
Is there
President.
any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. President and good sponsor. Moving now to proposed amendment on prohibited acts. On page 3, line 7, in section 4C, to delete the word accredited so that upon the effectivity of this act, there would no longer be any accredited POGO service providers. So I propose, Mr. President, on, that is my proposed amendment, good sponsor, to delete the word accredited in section 4C on page 3, line 7. I so move, Mr. President.
We accept, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The author, the sponsor accepted the proposed individual amendments. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. President, good sponsor. On the same page, page 3, line 13 in section 4F, I propose to delete the period and add the following after the word act in order to articulate the many acts of aiding and abetting illegal POGO activities unearthed in our hearings. So that this would now read, after the word act, this would read, including the following. Roman numeral 1, to register companies used to conceal offshore gaming operations. Roman numeral 2, to provide any kind of spurious identification cards, birth certificates, passports, licenses, and permits in support of offshore gaming operations. Roman numeral 3, to lease or sublease, use, or allow to be used any house, building, tourism enterprise, or any similar establishment, or any vehicle or carrier by land, sea, and air, or any of their computer system or computer hardware, other computer-related devices, or any of their digital platform and applications to commit prohibited activities under this act. And Roman numeral 4, to facilitate, assist, or help in the exit and entry of persons from or to the country at international and local airports, territorial boundaries, and seaports, knowing they are not in possession of required travel documents or are in possession of tampered, fake, or fraudulently acquired travel documents for the purpose of committing prohibited activities under this act. I so move, Mr. President.
We accept.
What does the
Mr.
sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. President.
Accepted. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion's carried.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good sponsor. Regarding now deportation,
This is
on
page-
the following page, Mr. President, page 4, line 12,
Please proceed.
on the cancellation of work permits and visas, I propose to delete the period and add the following. In order to avoid the situation where deportation was seemingly used to evade prosecution, not only here, but in the perpetrators' countries of origin, for example, through layover schemes. So that it would read, additionally, provided further that the Bureau of Immigration shall ensure that foreign nationals whose visas are canceled in accordance with this provision shall be deported directly to the country of his or her birth or of which he or she is a citizen, in coordination with the appropriate embassy or consulate, provided finally that prosecution and punishment for crimes committed by such foreign nationals shall take precedence over actions for deportation. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion's carried.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Mr.
that-
President,
that's
and
okay.
good sponsor. Regarding now higher penalties for public officers on page 7, line
I'm sorry,
7.
may
I'm sorry,
I
Mr. President.
also be allowed to I have an interior amendment.
Yes, Mr. President.
May I propose, Your Honor, the gentleman from Valenzuela on page 6, which is a part of section 11, the oversight and review. The proposal is to delete lines 1 to 12 and replace it with the following. Letter A, Presidential Anti-Organized Crime Commission or PAOC or its organizational successor in interest as chairperson. B, Department of Justice. C, Department of Information and Communications Technology, DICT. And D, Department of the Interior and Local Government, DILG. The heads of the above agencies shall designate their representatives to the AOC, who shall have a rank not lower than Assistant Secretary or its equivalent, and who are fully authorized to decide for or on behalf of their respective heads of agency. The AOC shall have the following powers and functions. Letter A, ensure the proper and effective implementation of the provisions of the Act. Letter B, maintain a secure, real-time, and interoperable information sharing system among concerned agencies. The shared data shall be used solely for implementation, monitoring, and enforcement of this Act. Letter C, ensure the speedy investigation and prosecution of all persons accused or detained for the crimes punishable under this Act and monitor the progress of their cases. Letter D, coordinate and enlist the assistance of any branch, department, bureau, office, agency, or instrumentality of government, including government-owned and controlled corporations and local government units, LGUs, as well as the business sector and non-government organizations in the implementation of this Act. Letter E, conduct regular audits of PAGCOR, Special Economic Zone Authority, Tourism Infrastructure and Enterprise Zone Authority, Freeport Authority, Investment Promotion Agency, and other relevant government agencies to check, among others, if only outbound data are being transmitted by the respective internet service providers. The committee shall submit an annual audit report to Congress. And letter F, perform all other powers and functions related to the efficient and effective prevention and suppression of the acts herein prohibited. That is the proposal of this representation, and the rationale is to enable better coordination among law enforcement and other relevant agencies.
Mr. President, we accept in principle. I just have one question. The Presidential Anti-Crime Commission is created by an executive
Yes.
order. And I understand that there's a provision there that in case the PAOK will be abolished, the successor will take place.
Yes, Your
But
Honor.
what if the successor is likewise created by an executive order? May I propose, assuming that assuming that PAOK is abolished, the successor is likewise abolished, the DOJ can take over as the chairman of the AOC, subject to style.
Yes, I'm amenable to that, Your Honor.
Yeah, subject to style. Thank you, Mr. President. We
So-
accept.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah.
Pag nawala na to.
Subject to style.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
President.
you, Your Honor. Yes, please proceed. I still have on page 6, by the
Yes,
way,
Mr.
Senator Tiveros. On page 6, this is section 12, compliance monitoring and reporting. On page 6, lines 14 to 15, replace Department of Justice with AOC. So the section 11 will now read as follows: compliance monitoring and reporting not later than 1 year after the effectivity of this act, and annually thereafter, the AOC shall submit to the office of the president and to both houses of Congress its compliance monitoring report, which shall contain, among others, actions, accomplishments, and status in the implementation of this act. I submit to the wisdom of the
We accept,
author.
Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Is there any objection? Hearing none. Motion's carried. Another amendment from this representation is on page 6. Delete lines 21 to 32 and insert the following paragraphs. Letter A, first offense, punishable by imprisonment of not less than 6 years nor more than 8 years, and a fine of not less than 300,000 pesos nor more than 15 million pesos at the discretion of the court. Letter B, second offense, punishable by imprisonment of not less than 8 years and 1 day nor more than 10 years, and a fine of not less than 15 million pesos nor more than 30 million pesos at the discretion of the court. And letter C, third offense, punishable by imprisonment of not less than 10 years and 1 day nor more than 12 years, and a fine of not less than 30 million pesos nor more than 50 million pesos at the discretion of the court. I submit to the wisdom of the author.
We accept, Mr. President.
So move. Thank you. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
This one. Okay.
Yes, this is page 7. If the
Page 9.
distinguished lady from which page?
On
are-
page 7, Mr.
Yes,
President.
please proceed.
Nine also.
Thank
Madam,
you,
Your Honor.
Mr. President. Regarding now higher penalties for public officers. On page 7, line 7, in section 13 on penalties, I propose to add the following paragraph in order to assert the principle that public officers should be at the forefront of the fight against illegal POGO activities, not contributing to it, as we sadly saw in our investigation. So the following paragraph would read, if the offender is a public official or employee, they shall be punishable by the applicable maximum imposable penalty as provided above. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? Hearing none, motion's carried.
Thank you, Mr. President, good sponsor. And lastly, regarding expedited forfeiture of properties involved in
Above.
crimes. Still on page 7, line 29, in section 15, prosecution, judgment, and forfeiture, I propose to add the following paragraph, which would go hand in hand with a similar provision in the AFASA law enacted into law by the 19th Congress in remedy and crafted in coordination with the DOJ IACAT to better respond to cases of massive POGO complexes. And the paragraph would read, independent of a criminal case, any properties, tools, instruments, and/or any other assets used for the commission of the acts prohibited in Section 4 of this Act shall be subject to civil forfeiture upon finding of probable cause, in accordance with rules of procedure to be formulated by the Supreme Court, provided that the rules shall also include a summary procedure for the release of a portion of such assets during the pendency of the proceedings for operational support and victim protection, including victims of human trafficking involved in the commission of prohibited acts and other offenses in this act. I so move, Mr. President.
We accept, Mr.
What does
President.
the sponsor say? Accepted. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion's carried.
That's all, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po, Mr.
Thank you.
President, at sa good sponsor. I feel very heartened tonight na sa pamamagitan nitong batas na pinamumunuan ninyo in combination sa committee report ng Senate Committee on Women sa investigasyon natin sa human trafficking at POGOs in general. At nagpapasalamat akong approved on second reading yun. I look forward na ma-adopt na ito ng Senado. Yung batas po at yung committee report, I really feel are a powerful 1-2 punch against POGO. So salamat po at
Thank you.
mabuhay.
And I thank Senator Risa for introducing real life provisions in the bill. The provisions I can see are experiences and narrations that we heard during the hearing on Committee on Women. And those narrations are now put into action through this law. So the law has become airtight, and I believe that POGOs will no longer enter the country in whatever form. So I thank Senator Risa for those interventions. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Senator Risa. May I be allowed, Your Honor, distinguished colleague, to introduce an amendment on page 7, line 30 to replace the page 7, line 30. This is as part of section 16, implementing rules and regulations. Page 7, line 30, replace the Department of Interior and Local Government with DILG. And then on page 7, line 31, before the acronym DOLE, insert the acronym DICT. And on page 8, line 1, after the phrase Investment Promotion Agency, insert the phrase and PAOK. So the sentence will now read as follows. Section 16, implementing rules and regulations. Within 60 days from the effectivity of this act, the DOJ, in consultation with DILG, DICT, DOLE, BIR, PAGCOR, Special Economic Zone Authority, Tourism Infrastructure and Enterprise Zone Authority, Freeport Authority, or any investment promotion agency, and PAOK shall issue the implementing rules and regulations for the effective implementation of this act, provided that the absence of the implementing rules and regulations within the specified period shall not prevent the automatic implementation and execution of the specific provisions of this act. I so move.
We accept, Mr. President.
Presiding Office, may I ask for 1 minute suspension?
Can we just, do
He
you have,
accepted.
yeah,
We accept.
is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion's carried.
Yes, 1 minute
We
suspension.
suspend the session for a minute. Mr. President, this actually one last and final amendment that this representation would like to raise. And with the permission of the sponsor, may we just direct the Secretariat to fix the sequence of the section such that the penal provisions, example, the prohibited acts, predicate offense, penalties, are in succession, subject to style. So that is my motion. I so move, Mr. President.
Sponsor?
Yes, we accept, Mr. President. And we also move, Mr. President, that the Secretariat be directed to implement the necessary corrections to the bill on grammar, punctuation, and style, guided by and without changing the meaning and intent behind the provisions. These include editorial corrections to simplify, remove the redundancies, ensure brevity, and economy of words, among others.
So it has been accepted by the sponsor. The amendment is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Just a very short manifestation. This is to thank the good gentleman from Valenzuela and again expressing this representation's full support for the passage of this measure. We are also thankful that our version, the bill that we filed here in the Senate, Senate Bill number 2752, was considered in the crafting of this measure. Ginoong Pangulo, noong 2016 pa lang po, sa mga unang araw ng representasyon na ito, dito sa bulwagang ito, isinusulong na po natin ang pagbabawal na noon ay hindi pa malaki na problema ng ating pamahalaan, ito hong POGO. At noong unang taon po natin bilang parte ng Senado, pinangunahan po natin yung pagkakadiskubre ng pinakamalaking human trafficking scam sa kasaysayan ng bansa kung saan po mahigit 1,300 ang nahuling illegal workers doon po sa Clark Air Base. Sa opisina din po natin mismo, nagsimula yung paghuhuli doon po sa tauhan ng Bureau of Immigration, doon sa kanilang satellite office dyan po sa SM Aura na naniningil ng 5,000 piso kada application fee nang wala pong resibo. Ito pong investigasyon na ito ay humantong doon po sa pagkaka-aresto ni dating Bureau of Immigration Commissioners Al Argosino at Michael Robles dahil sa kanilang pagtanggap ng suhol. And fast forward 2024, the large-scale operations of POGO through Guo Huaping sa mas nakilala ng sambayan ng si Alice Guo and her cohorts were exposed. And that's why we again welcome the progress of this measure. We again thank the gentleman from Valenzuela, Senator Gatchalian. And ito nagpapatunay, which stands as the product of years of work in the Senate and is now finally nearing passage. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat, distinguished colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there being no additional amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2868. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2868 is approved on second reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We congratulate again the authors and mabuhay ang paglaban natin sa POGO. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2868. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There be none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
business, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved. The secretary is now instructed to proceed with the reference of business.
Messages from the House, letter from the House informing the Senate that on February 4, 2025, it designated its conferees to the Conference Committee on the disagreed provisions of House number 8937 and Senate number 2826.
Refer to committee rules.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 5 February 2025, it designated its conferees to the Conference Committee on the disagreed provisions of House number 6 and Senate number 2699.
Refer to committee rules.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 5 February 2025, it designated Representative Pimentel as additional conferee to the Conference Committee on the disagreed provisions of House number 8937 and Senate number 2826.
Refer to committee rules.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 3 June 2025, it reconsidered the adoption of Senate number 2838 as an amendment to House number 6557, providing for the Magna Carta of Barangay Health Workers, and consequently approved to rescind the transmittal of House number 6557 to the Senate.
Refer to committee rules.
Committee reports, Committee Report 582, jointly by the Committees on Tourism upon the recommendation of the subcommittee on Senate numbers 2797, 2790, 2435, 1854, and House numbers 5598, 8004, 6467, 10116, and 5282, Environment and Finance on House number 5598 into an act declaring the province of Southern Leyte a tourism zone, recommending approval with amendments taking into consideration Senate numbers 2435 and 1854, sponsor Senator Villar M.
The calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report 583, jointly by the Committees on Games and Amusement upon the recommendation of the Subcommittee on the PCSO Lotto Games and Prize Fund Tax and Finance on Senate Resolution number 253 introduced by Senator Pimentel III. Resolution directing the appropriate committee of the Senate to undertake an inquiry in aid of legislation to determine and maintain the integrity and trustworthiness of the PCSO Lotto Games. And resolution number 466 by Senator Tulfo directing the appropriate committee of the Senate to undertake an inquiry on the status of the prize fund tax remitted by the PCSO to the BIR, recommending the adoption of the recommendations and the immediate implementation, sponsor Senator Tulfo.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2945 under Committee Report number 469. This is the bill and the amendments to the freeport area of Batangas. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellations and debate. No member wishes to interpellate. And so I now move that we close the period of interpellations. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Bukidnon, our seatmate, Senator Mig Zubiri. I so move, Mr. President.
The sponsor, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Majority Leader. And we'd like to also thank, for the record, yung walang pagsawang bisita ni Congressman Abet Garcia dito sa Senado. Araw-araw po yan na nandito, napakasipag para kanyang ilabi ang mga panukala para sa pagpaganda at pagpalakas ng kanyang probinsyang Bataan. Mr. President, I move, with the permission of the body, I move dito tayo. Sa individual amendments, delete the entire text of the bill after the enactment clause and replace it with the filed amendments by substitution. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
And therefore, Mr. President, I will now recognize, if the permission of the body, our minority floor leader to ask me how to expound on this substitute measure, Your Honor.
Yes, our minority leader, Senator Aquilino Pimentel III, is recognized.
Yes, I think, Mr. President, we are entitled to know what changes this substitute bill will introduce into our discussion, Mr. President. Kasi I have interpolated on the original bill, and of course, we pointed out that, some of the concepts there in the original bill parang are trying to negate or avoid regulation by some of our national agencies and other regulatory bodies. So I hope we have addressed this in the substitute bill. So I yield to the sponsor to give us more information, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we agree with your position on certain issues. As a matter of fact, we do not want to overlap the functions of the newly approved Create More. Kasi when we passed the Create More, that was supposed to be rationalizing all these export processing zones. And because of our discussions, we were able to meet as well with your staff to remove pertinent provisions already of the old committee report rather. And we simplified the provisions, number one, of the declaration of policy. So marami po kami tinanggal dyan, and we simplified it. Also, number two, of Section 3 of committee report amending Section 7 of Republic Act 9728 as amended, which allowed AFAB to adjust the required investment threshold to be granted investment visa is deleted. So, di ba malaking issue din po yan, Mr. President, with the minority leader, and our issuing of independent issuance of investors visa, which can lead to the entry of undesirable aliens. Kaya ayaw na po natin yan. So, we deleted that particular provision in the old committee report, but the version retains the investment threshold of $75,000. Kasi binaba ng, yan current yan po. That's in the law now. So we didn't touch the current. Section 4 of the committee report amending Section 13 on the powers and functions of AFAB, the following were deleted, Your Honors. Section 13, we deleted the power of AFAB as the sole authority for all reclamation projects in the freeport zone. I'll just repeat again. Kasi very important. Sorry, majority. We deleted the power of AFAB as the sole authority for reclamation projects. Kasi malaking issue yun. We took that out. Hindi na po sila pwede dyan. It's back to the regulatory agency, which is the reclamation PRA, Filipino Reclamation Authority. Section 13, the penal provision concerning the failure to coordinate law enforcement operations within FAB has also been removed, Your Honor. So, they have to coordinate now with all law enforcement agencies within the Freeport area, Bataan. All provisions pertaining to tax incentives are now all aligned with Create More Act. So aligned na siya. Wala na pong extra, walang dagdag. And we no longer increase the capitalization as well of AFAM. Those were the main medyo differences. No? That was the main gist of the objections of many of the agencies, including our colleagues on that. So we aligned it already with Create More, and we removed all the provisions that we thought that would be undesirable to the executive. So, thank you, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. President, just to reiterate the intention of the distinguished sponsor, may I just move to amend the bill by deleting the entire text after the enacting clause and replacing the same with the provisions contained in the proposed amendment by substitution as filed with the Legislative Bills and Index Service, and advanced copies, Mr. President, were distributed through email to the offices of the senators. And further, Mr. President, I also move that the text thereof be considered as read into the record. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motions are approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President,
Yes, no.
no other member. Yes. Yes. With no other individual amendments, Mr. President, I move that we close the period of individual amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture, and with the permission of the body, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2945. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2945 is approved on second reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We congratulate the distinguished sponsor of the measure and Congressman / Senator Abet Garcia.
Yes, we will adopt him in the Senate. Thank you very much, Your Honors. Thank you very much to the Minority Floor Leader. Maraming salamat.
Mr. President, at this juncture and with the consent of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee Report number 582 and House Bill number 5598. This is the bill on Southern Leyte Tourism Zone. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
President, I move to consider House Bill number 5598 and ask the Secretary to read the title only of the measure. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved. Consideration of House Bill number 5598 is now in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
An act declaring the province of Southern Leyte a tourism zone.
Sorry, Mr. President. Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Las Piñas, Senator Mark Villar, chairperson of the Subcommittee on Southern Leyte Tourism Zone, to deliver the sponsorship speech. So move, Mr. President.
The sponsor, Senator Mark Villar, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, honored guests. Good evening to all of you, and especially I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our very distinguished congressman from Southern Leyte, who has dedicated so much time and effort to this bill. So, sir, and another former, like me, a former secretary of the DPWH, Congressman Oging Mercado. So, saludo po ako sa iyo, sir. At, thank you for your work. We note today I rise to sponsor House Bill number 5598 under Committee Report number 582, an act declaring the province of Southern Leyte as a tourism zone. We note that under the committee report, after due deliberation, this measure shall only cover 3 strategic locations: the city of Maasin and the municipalities of Malitbog and Padre Burgos, all in the province of Southern Leyte. Southern Leyte may not be a fixture in tourism campaigns, but the province surely has the natural resources and landscapes that could rival globally known tourist destinations within and outside the Philippines. Despite these intrinsic treasures, tourism in the province has been lagging behind equally abundant destinations such as Siargao, Bohol, Cebu, and Siquijor. Limited infrastructure and promotion have kept Southern Leyte in the shadows of the country's tourism. This bill seeks to improve the situation. Through this bill, the city of Maasin and the municipalities of Malitbog and Padre Burgos will be declared as tourism zones. This will provide them with a comprehensive framework for tourism development, including master planning, infrastructure upgrades, and improved governance to boost growth and sustainability. This entails empowering them with the resources to facilitate better accessibility to tourist destinations and improve the overall tourist experience, making Southern Leyte more attractive to visitors. This bill aligns multiple stakeholders to bring the city of Maasin and the municipalities of Malitbog and Padre Burgos to the forefront of the Philippines tourism, all the while taking into account the inclusive growth and development that caters to the needs and demands of the locals of the province. This development guarantees economic growth for the city, municipalities, and their people, opening up career and livelihood opportunities. This much welcome economic boost will elevate the country's tourism campaign while also improving the lives of the people of Leyte, Southern Leyte. This improved measure will weave the stories of Southern Leyte and its people with the national development agenda, bringing forth their progress and while preserving their inherent natural beauty and rich cultural history. Before I end, I would like to thank my colleagues of this August Chamber for their steadfast support in crafting this bill. I would also like to thank our friends from the House of Representatives who actively lobbied and authored this bill, of course, with special note to our very hardworking Congressman Oging Mercado. So, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I respectfully seek your support for the passage of this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our sponsor, Senator Mark Villar. I see Senator, what's the pleasure of Senator Zubiri?
The gentleman, yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Actually, I was just going to fully endorse and support the measure. I have been with Congressman Oging Mercado many, many years ago, 20 years ago, in my show Team Explorer, doon ng ABS-CBN. At umakyat po kami sa isang bundok doon sa taas na kanilang syudad na maasin na may mountain lake. Napakaganda. Nag-swimming pa kami doon sa mountain lake with the floating island. So I just want to say that truly deserving yung title of tourism zone and national tourism site ang ating mahal na Southern Leyte. So I'm also, by the way, full disclosure, I'm an adopted son of Southern Leyte. That's why they have my full support. Mabuhay po sila. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Zubiri. We likewise support our former colleague in the House, Congressman Oging Mercado, for his efforts for staying, for really pushing for the declaration of Southern Leyte as a tourism zone. So hopefully it will come into fruition. So thank you, Congressman Oging, for being here in the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Likewise, may I join the party by saying that, by stating that this representation fully support the measure. And we thank the gentleman from Southern Leyte who is here with us for quite some time now. And we thank him for all the support he has given, not only to this representation, but to a lot of our former colleagues in the House of Representatives. With that, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2945. So move, Mr. President.
Sir, objection, there being none, motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Sir President, rather, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 5598 under Committee Report number 582. I so move, Mr. President.
Objection, there being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2613 under Committee Report number 237. This is the bill on the equitable access to Sharia courts. I so move, Mr. President.
So objection, there being none, the resumption of consideration of said bill is now in order.
Mr. President, the status of the measure is that it has been sponsored, and I now move that we open the period of interpellations and debate. So move, Mr. President.
So objection, there being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, at this point, no member wishes to interpolate or ask any questions on the said measure. And so I'm moving now, Mr. President, to close the period of interpellations and debate. I so move, Mr. President.
So objection, there being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments.
So objection, there being none, period of amendments hereby open.
May we know from the sponsor if there are amendments, Mr. President?
Mahal na Pangulo, wala po tayong amendment.
With that, Mr. President, and no committee nor individual amendments, I now move that we close the period of individual and committee amendments. So move, Mr. President.
There objection, there being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2613. I so move, Mr. President.
There an objection, there being none, motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2613 is approved on second reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We congratulate the distinguished sponsor, Senator Robin Hood Padilla. I now move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2613. So move, Mr. President.
Yes, we congratulate Senator Robin Hood Padilla. Is there objection, there being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. The gentleman from Camarines Norte and Nueva Ecija, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Robin Hood Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Ako po'y nagpapasalamat din sa ating pinunong mayoriya at sa atin pong pinunong minorya at sa lahat po ng mga kasama natin sa Senado na sumuporta po. Katulad po ni Senator Win Gatchalian, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Bato, Senator Loren, Senator Bong Revilla, Senator JV, Senator Rafi, Senator Mig Subiri,
sa lahat po. Maraming salamat po. Ganun din po sa mga kasama po nating mambabatas sa House. Sila Congressman Dimaporo, Dalipe, Palma, Hataman, Arbison, Mastura, Dimaporo, Sakaluran, Abalos, Adyong, Balindong, Sali, Paglas. Napakahalaga po ng Sharia sa mga Muslim. Ito po ang buhay namin. Kaya ito pong panukala na ito ay isang katuparan ng aming mga dasal. Kaya maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin.
Mr. President, with the permission of Senator Robin Padilla, if I could be made also
Yes, Senator
co-author and
Zubiri.
co-sponsor. Thank you.
Yes, noted.
Thank you.
Isang karangalan po ang makasama namin sa panukala na ito, ang aming godfather sa Bangsamoro.
Majority Leader,
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
session suspended.
I move that we consider House Bill number 5598 under Committee Report number 582. I so move, Mr. President.
Sir objection, there being none, consideration of the said House bill is now in order.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill and we are now in the period of interpellations and debate. And so I move that we open the period of interpellation. So move, Mr. President.
Sir objection, there being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, no member wishes to interpellate. I move that we close the period of interpellation. So move, Mr. President.
Sir objection, there being none, motion is approved, period of interpellation is hereby closed.
President, I move that we open the period of amendments and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Mark Villar. So move, Mr. President.
Sir objection, there being none, the sponsor, Senator Mark Villar, is recognized for his amendment.
I'd like to manifest that the amendments already noted in the committee report. No more amendments.
There are no individual nor committee amendments, Mr. President. Therefore, I move that we close the period of individual and committee amendments. So move, Mr. President.
Sir objection, there being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 5598 under Committee Report number 582. I so move, Mr. President.
Sir objection, there being none, motion is approved. House Bill number 5598 is hereby approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We congratulate the distinguished sponsor. Most of all, we congratulate Congressman / Senator Oging Mercado, Mr. President.
Yes, we congratulate Congressman Oging Mercado. Actually, he was here for several days already. Siya po yung nagpapapirma mismo ng committee report. So, we admire his determination, tenacity. Pero sana, baka naman sa susunod, madala mo na ako. Just kidding. De, baka ba na. Anyway,
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 5598. So move, Mr. President.
Subjection, there being none, motion is approved. Consideration of said measure is hereby suspended.
Ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 10535 under Committee Report number 581. This is a bill on the amendments to the National Internal Revenue Code in relation to the denatured alcohol. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the resumption of consideration of the said bill is now in order.
Having sponsored the measure, I move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Win Gatchalian, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Aquilino Cocometal III.
Hearing no objection, period of interpellation is in order. Senators Gatchalian and Pimentel and are hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor. With the permission of our sponsor,
Yes, Mr.
can
President.
we ask some clarificatory questions, Mr. President? It looks like a very simple bill, amending.
Yes, Mr. President, only 2
Amending
pages.
2 sections in the NIRC. Can we get the objectives of the bill, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. It's a technical bill, so I prepared a diagram, Mr. President, so that it's easier to appreciate the objectives of the bill. So we'll show slide 24, which is the current situation right now. Ito po. So currently, right now, Mr. President, when you import, when ethyl alcohol, which is the raw material for potable alcohol, is imported, when domestic ethyl alcohol is used for potable alcohol, and then you also denature part of it, it's tax exempt. So, yung kulay blue po, yung kulay blue. So, domestic ethyl, you denature it, the output is tax exempt under the tax code. The imported alcohol, since it doesn't say anything about imported alcohol, the BIR right now does not allow denaturing of imported ethyl alcohol. It plainly does not allow. So even though you apply for denaturing permit, it will not allow you to denature alcohol, Mr. President. So on the
imported alcohol.
Imported alcohol. So on the next slide, we're giving imported ethyl alcohol the same treatment as domestic alcohol. So meaning, when you import ethyl alcohol, and then you have waste from that ethyl alcohol, you can now denature it and enjoy the same tax exemption as a domestic alcohol, Mr. President. So, and the denatured alcohol can now be sold to cosmetics companies, to pharmaceutical companies. Right now, they cannot sell it at all because the BIR does not allow companies to denature ethyl alcohol, Mr. President. So in simple terms, we're just making it equal footing with domestic ethyl alcohol.
That's the objective, Mr. President,
Yes,
shown
Mr.
in the
President.
slide. That's why we just have to make sure that the amendments will now achieve the objectives.
Correct,
So,
Mr. President.
can we take a look at the bill, Mr. President? The bill amends the title of Section 134 of the NIRC by removing the word domestic from the original title, domestic denatured alcohol. So the purpose and why are we now deleting the word domestic? Because
So now this we're not distinguishing domestic denatured alcohol anymore, Mr.
ito yung
President.
ginagamit ng BIR because of the title.
Yes, Mr.
Ayun
President.
pala,
Correct,
Mr.
correct.
President.
So sinasabi ng
Because sa
BIR,
body, Mr. President, parang hindi naman ganun ka-strict sa body that it must be domestic
meron ho,
alcohol, di ba?
Mr. President, if you look at after the title, domestic alcohol, so yung sunod niya,
Domestic denatured alcohol.
yes, domestic denatured alcohol and domestic alcohol. So it refers only to domestic alcohol. Actually, medyo inaccurate to itong alcohol. It refers to ethyl alcohol. That's why we added the word ethyl. But the provision 134 only allows for domestic ethyl alcohol, Mr. President. So that's the limiting factor, Mr. President.
Hindi. Bakit ba? Ayan, mali itong Can I mean, it's suspension, Mr. President. This will save us more time, Mr. President.
All right, session suspended.
To the sponsor for clarifying that the House bill sent to us, House Bill number 10535, contained some errors in quoting the NIRC provisions
Correct.
being amended, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Mr.
So,
President. In fact,
yes.
during the hearing, it took us time also to absorb it. Then we found out that
Yes.
there's a typo.
So under our committee report, ano ba to? Number 581, this is now what we are discussing is the committee report. I can now see how section 134 is to be reworded, and I believe it is very clear now that we are allowing imported and locally manufactured ethyl alcohol, klinaro pa yon, now to be denatured.
Yes, Mr.
Yes,
President.
okay.
Correct.
Yes, and then where is it that we are sure that the excise tax is they're both exempted from it's here.
Yes.
It's in the last part of the okay.
Correct.
So what section 134 is very clear, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr.
So
President.
on the second part of the bill, can we get an explanation from the sponsor? What is the significance of the amendments to section 168 of the NIRC?
Yes, Mr. President. The process of denaturing is a highly regulated process. The BIR really monitors the act of denaturing. In fact, you cannot just denature right away. You have to apply to the BIR, show them the formula. We have a slide on that. Show them the formula, Mr. President. We'll slide 27. So it's a very, very, very highly regulated process. Slide 27. And then,
Okay.
so because of that process, Mr. President, we now added additional facilities that denaturing can also happen. And this is the compounding plants where the rectifying facilities are located. Because before, Mr. President, you can only denature it in distilleries. But when you import, compounders actually are the ones importing and mixing the alcohol. So we now included compounders, or in layman terms, mixers, in that allowable denaturing denaturing activity, Mr. President. So dalawa na, in short. Sa distillery, pwede ka na mag-denature. Sa compounders with rectifying facilities, pwede ka na rin mag-denature, Mr. President.
And your products, your output would be exempt from excise tax.
Yes, Mr. President.
So in effect, we are promoting the activity of denaturing alcohol.
Yes, Mr. President.
Expanding,
actually.
What would be the benefit? Why are we encouraging such an activity, Mr. President?
The buyers of this denatured alcohol are the cosmetics companies, the pharmaceutical companies. Ito mga rubbing alcohol, they're the ones buying it. So this is additional supply for them, Mr. President.
Okay.
Because right now, their option is either to import or to buy local. But since there is the excise tax, typically these companies don't buy because may excise tax siya pag imported. So this is additional supply for them that they can purchase without paying excise tax because it's not drinkable anyways.
Yes. So can we say that this measure is revenue neutral?
At the very least, Mr. President, but since these products will now be able to be bought by pharmaceutical companies, they will pay VAT on this. No? So it's revenue neutral on the excise tax side,
Yes.
but it's revenue positive on VAT side.
Yes, but we cannot attribute that to the measure. Yeah, di ba?
Yeah, no.
Yes,
Correct,
ito nga.
Mr. President. Tama.
This measure is revenue neutral.
Yes, tama.
So, since we are doing it, the benefit to the consumer is that supply of denatured
Additional
alcohol
supply.
is expected to increase.
Yes.
Hence, are we saying that we expect the prices of the products containing denatured alcohol as an ingredient or being the final product to remain stable or to even decrease?
Yes, Mr. President. Since there's additional supply, there are now options for pharmaceutical companies and cosmetics companies to buy from. And since it's exempted from excise tax, it will become cheaper, Mr. President. So overall, it's advantageous to the sector.
Kasi syempre, pag revenue neutral, magtatanong ka, bakit pinupurso ng gobyerno? Yun pala, we are projecting or anticipating benefits for consumers.
Yes, Mr. President.
So with that, Mr. President, I think that has been established. So wala naman itong additional tax burden sa
Mr. President.
sa mga tao or
We're
sa
not
mga
imposing any taxes, Mr. President.
sa mga producers ng denatured alcohol, and in fact we anticipate benefits for end consumers.
Yes.
Yes, we are fully supportive of this measure, and we want to congratulate the
Thank you, Mr. President.
sponsor, Mr. President, kasi naisipan niya ito, Mr. President.
But Mr. President, it was transmitted to us by the lower house and we had to study for a long time to understand. It's a very technical bill, but we thank the stakeholders for painstakingly explaining to us the technicalities. I thank the good minority leader. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Pimentel. Only one question, Senator Gatchalian, if I may.
Yes,
Forgive my ignorance for the education of everybody here, including myself, including the Senate Secretary. What is the meaning of denatured?
denatured, Mr. President, is alcohol that you cannot drink. So it's non-potable. So ito yung mga ito, Mr. President, is actually denatured alcohol. Itong rubbing alcohol. So
Okay.
so these
So you
companies,
consider rubbing alcohol as denatured
yes, because you
alcohol?
cannot drink it. Pero sabi ho ni Senator Robin, sa kulungan may umiinom raw nitong rubbing alcohol. Pero
Eh, yung mga ethyl alcohol.
ethyl is when you process, ethyl has two byproducts. When you process it, you can actually make it potable, meaning ito yung mga binibili nating alcohol, let's say whiskey or natured alcohol. So it's whiskey, mga vodka, rum. Pero kung yung mga wastage niya hindi na maiinom, ginagawang denatured alcohol, binebenta naman sa rubbing alcohol companies.
Thank you, Senator.
Or ethanol, actually. Ethanol is another byproduct.
For enlightening us and educating us, including the Senate Secretary.
Thank you. Thank you.
Majority Leader,
Mr. President, there being no other reservation of interpretation, I move to close the period of interpretation.
any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Bro, check.
Amendments? Meron? May amendments?
Session suspended. Suspension.
Session suspended.
Amendments and recognize the sponsor once again, Senator Will Gatchalian.
Senator
Thank
Will
you.
Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, these are the amendments to the House bill that was transmitted to us. So on page 1, line 3, after the dash and before the word alcohol, indicate the deletion of the word domestic as it appears in the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended and insert the word ethyl. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 1, line 5, before the word alcohol, delete the word absolute. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page and line, after the word alcohol, insert the phrase by volume. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
In page 1, lines 5 to 7, delete the phrase from any source intended as ingredient in the manufacture of distilled spirits and replace it with whether imported or locally manufactured. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 1, line 7, after the word denatured, delete the word locally and replace it with the phrase under section 168 of this code. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 1, lines 14 to 15, after the word undergoing, delete the phrase fermentation, dilution, purification, mixture, or any other similar process and replace it with further processing. So move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 2, line 6, on the title of section 168 of the Internal Revenue National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended, after the word within, delete the word premises and replace it with the Philippines. So move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 2, line 7, after the word alcohol, insert the phrase of not less than 180 degrees, 180 open close parenthesis, proof, 90%, 90 open close parenthesis, 90% alcohol by volume in the Philippines. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection?
There being none, amendments approved.
On page 2, line 8, after the word premises, indicate the deletion of the phrase where the alcohol to be denatured is processed as it
Is produced.
is produced as it appears in the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended. As so moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 2, line 8, after the word of, delete the phrase the domestic distiller and compounder of distilled spirits with rectifying facilities and replace it with duly registered distilleries and compounding plants where the rectifying facilities are located. Provided further that said denaturing shall be done. As so moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
And lastly, on page 2, line 11, after the word revenue, delete the acronym BIR. As so moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with no other amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
I move to approve in second reading, House Bill number 10535. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion's approved. House Bill number 10535 is hereby approved on second reading.
I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 10535.
Any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Career progression system. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 3000 under Committee Report number 537. This is the bill on the career progression system for public school teachers and school leaders. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the resumption of consideration of this bill is now in order.
Having sponsored the measure, I move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Gatchalian, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Aquilino Comital III.
Hearing no objection, period of interpellation is now in order. Senators Gatchalian and Pimentel are hereby recognized. Minute suspension.
So, Mr. President, unless the sponsor has an opening statement, if I can proceed with my interpellation, I have limited my questions, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, we can go ahead with the
Yes.
questions.
Can we just get the gist of the measure, Mr. President, and the objectives?
Yes, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, we're creating a new career line. Then this is called the supervisory career line, Mr. President. So, if with the permission of our good minority leader, we also prepared a diagram so that it's easier to understand. So on slide 10, which is the current diagram right now, if you are a teacher, you only have two career paths. One is to become a teacher for the rest of your life until the end. And that's not so bad because teachers grow and they also improve their skills in teaching. And then once you reach Master Teacher 1, you can move to become a principal. So you have, or continue teaching, Mr. President. So you have two career lines, become a teacher. When you reach Master Teacher 1, you become a principal. So we added one more career path, Mr. President, which is actually existing.
Mr. President, excuse me, just using the slide. Ano significance po nung naka-red box po na enclosed in the red rectangle?
The red was created through EO 174, Mr. President. This was an executive order issued by President Duterte. So the red boxes are the ones created by the EO, Mr. President. So we're also institutionalizing the EO, Mr. President.
So the bill
Yes,
now,
the bill.
yes, the
Yes.
bill institutionalizes. Sige po,
Yes.
ano pong sunod
So
po?
the next slide, which is slide 14, we're creating now the red color, which is the education supervisor, Mr. President. So if you are a teacher, you reach Master Teacher 1, you now have three choices. You continue to become a teacher through Master Teacher 2, 3, 4, and 5, or you become a principal. You become a principal, or you can also apply to become a supervisor, Mr. President. So that's the innovation that we're introducing. Another
Mr.
career
President,
line.
question on the slide. How about ES1 and ES2?
That's already existing, Mr. President, ES1 and ES2. So we're only creating ES3, ES4, and ES5.
So that track is also available right now, except kulang.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes,
It's
apo.
available, pero hindi siya, kulang siya.
Kulang siya.
Wala siyang career progression because after ES2,
tapos na.
Wala ka na.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. So we're just making it more, this is a form of motivation for our teachers so that they have different career paths. They can also move up that career path, and there's also certainty in their promotion, Mr. President.
Sige pa. So, Mr. President, since Section 9 of our bill is about promotion of teachers and school leaders, there is an allegation that in the promotion of teachers, the teachers would benefit if they promote en masse their students. As a sponsor, as chairman of the EDCOM, to heard of this allegation that
Well, Mr.
there is
President,
this practice which maybe directly or indirectly promotes the mass promotion of students
Yes.
because some would be benefited by the said practice, Mr. President.
yes, Mr. President, I've heard that numerous times in the hearings as well as in our EDCOM meetings. The official answer of DepEd, there is no formal policy on mass promotion of students, Mr. President. But on the ground, there seems to be that action being undertaken by teachers and in some schools. Although I don't believe that it's mass promotion, but certainly there are some cases wherein students are still not qualified to go up the next grade, but the teacher allows them to go up the next grade.
shouldn't we take advantage of, while we are discussing this bill, to address such an alleged practice or phenomenon, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, there's no there's no formal policy to that effect. The feedback that I get are also stories from parents and also from the community. But this bill deals with the career progression, Mr. President. So I think it's I would suggest that that phenomenon can be dealt with in another bill or maybe in a oversight activity.
Can we look at page 6, line 16, Mr. President? First sentence is the first sentence of the paragraph. The DepEd shall formulate clear guidelines on assessing teachers and school leaders seeking promotion. So, is that and can we use that as our opening to discourage the said practice, Mr. President? Ano wording? Ano wording natin? Ano wording? Kita mo ba yung sinasabi? Assessing teachers. Contacting teachers. A minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
consideration of Senate Bill number 3000.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we
Meron
resume
ako.
I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 11189 under Committee Report number 532. This is the bill on Barangay Ayala Alabang in Muntinlupa. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the resumption of consideration of the said bill is now in order.
Having sponsored the measure, I move to open the interpellation and recognize this representation, Mr. President, and to interpellate our minority leader.
The senators Ejercito and Pimentel are recognized. I'll just ask one question if I may. Are you going to create an additional barangay? What is this all about?
No, Mr. President, we are not creating a new barangay. We're just renaming
Okay.
the name Barangay New Alabang Village to Barangay Ayala Alabang.
So you
Yes,
are
sir.
renaming it to Barangay Ayala Alabang?
Yes, Mr. President, because that has been the common or more known name right now that's being called to the barangay.
So what is the present name of this barangay? That
It's still a Barangay New Alabang Village.
Barangay Alabang Village?
New Alabang Village.
New Alabang Village.
So we want to change it to Barangay Ayala Alabang.
All right. Thank you for the enlightenment.
So yun lang po. This is the essence of the bill. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
In the change of name of an LGU and a barangay is an LGU, are there requirements to be followed?
Under the local government code, the Sangguniang highly urbanized cities may, in consultation with the Philippine Historical Commission, change the name of the city, barangays upon the recommendation of the Sangguniang barangay concerned. The change of name of any local government unit shall be effective only upon the ratification and a plebiscite conducted for the purpose in the political unit already affected.
Which have all been complied with by this bill, by this measure, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, there's already a barangay ordinance and likewise included in the bill under section 2 is the renaming is the plebiscite provision, no? Section 2, if I may read, the renaming of Barangay New Alabang Village as Barangay Ayala Alabang shall be effective upon ratification of the majority of the votes cast by qualified voters in the plebiscite to be conducted and supervised by the commission elections.
Okay, so the plebiscite comes after the law. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so at saka mas ano naman po talaga, mas ginagamit ata ang Ayala Alabang when people refer to a geographic area in saan po ba to, in Muntinlupa.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. President, according to the author of the House bill, there's just been a strong clamor from the residents because that's the
Yes.
commonly known name already, Barangay Ayala Alabang.
So with that, Mr. President, medyo we are following the procedure. We have complied with the requisites. So I terminate my interpellation and let the people decide, Mr. President. So I congratulate our sponsor for being sensitive to the sentiment and requests of the people of the city of Muntinlupa, especially those in the barangay currently named New Alabang Village, in their desire to rename it as Barangay Ayala Alabang. Thank you.
Thank you, Third Minority Leader. Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move to close the period of interpellation.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
There being no committee or individual amendment, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 11189. So move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? There being none, motion is approved. House Bill number 11189 is hereby approved on second reading.
I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 11189.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Lapu-Lapu.
Mr. President, I move that we resume considering House Bill number 4839. Under Committee Report number 519, this is the bill declaring a special non-working holiday in Lapu-Lapu cities. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the resumption of consideration of the said bill is now in order.
I will. Having sponsored the measure, and there are no one has registered to interpolate, I move that we close the period of interpolation.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
I move to open the period of amendments. And may I be recognized, Mr. President, for the committee amendments.
So recognized.
On page 1, line 1, delete non-working and replace it with working.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 2, after the word anniversary, insert a new sentence to read as follows. However, upon proclamation of the President, June 17 of every year shall be a special non-working holiday in the city of Lapu-Lapu, province of Cebu.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. An act declaring June 17 of every year a special working holiday in the city of Lapu-Lapu, province of Cebu, in commemoration of its charter anniversary.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
That's all, Mr. President. So with no other amendment, I move to close the period of committee amendments. So move, Mr. President.
One question, what is special in June 17 in Lapu-Lapu? Ano meron? Ano meron dun?
It's the charter anniversary.
Charter
Mr. President.
anniversary. All right. Please proceed.
Mr. President, I move to approve the second reading. House Bill number 4839. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved. The ano ba to? House Bill number 4839 is hereby approved on second reading.
I move to suspend the said House Bill, Mr. President.
An objection, motion is approved.
Means suspension, Mr. President.
Suspended.
Pakasingit man talaga. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 300 under committee report number 537.
Any objection? Motion is approved.
For the continuation of the interpellation, I move to recognize the sponsor, Senator Gatchalian, and our minority leader, Senator Aquino Pimentel.
Senators Gatchalian and Pimentel are hereby recognized.
We're still in the period of interpellation, I believe, Mr.
Yes,
President.
we have a pending request, Mr. President, if the sponsor can find a way to accommodate our request.
Yes, Mr. President.
And as soon as that is done, Mr. President, this representation is willing to terminate his interpellation.
Yes. Well, Mr. President, the good minority leader suggested that mass promotion should not be used as a way to promote teachers. No? So we came up with a wording to that effect, which I showed the good minority leader, and it encapsulates that concept. So we will introduce that during the period of amendments, Mr. President.
So I've seen it, Mr. President, and I believe that we have achieved our objective. So with that, I thank wholeheartedly our sponsor for addressing a concern which has been raised to this representation, and I think as well
Yeah.
as to the sponsor.
Correct,
So
Mr.
parang
President.
real experience ito
Yes,
on
Mr.
the ground. So thank you, Mr. Sponsor, and congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President, to the good minority leader.
Thank you, Senators Gatchalian and Pimentel, Majority Leader.
There being no other reservation of interpellation, I move to close the period of interpellation.
Any objection? Seeing none, motion is approved.
Yes, there's only one amendment.
I move to open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor once again, Senator Win Gatchalian.
Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 6, line 11, insert a new sentence. In no case shall promotion in the teaching career line be based on arbitrary criteria such as the proportion of learners who achieve curricular expectations. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
That's it, Mr. President.
Thank you.
With no other individual amendment, I move to close the period of individual amendment.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
I move to approve on second reading, Senate Bill number 3000. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Senate Bill number 3000 is approved on second reading.
I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 3000.
An objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill numbers 9601, 9602, 11038, 11185, 11167, 11351, 11299, 11300, 11301, and 11302. These are the bills on sports, high schools, integrated schools, and international schools.
Is there an objection? There being none, the resumption of consideration of the aforementioned House bills is now in order.
Mr. President, the parliament status of the measure is that we are now in the period of interpellations. I now ask that we recognize the sponsor, Senator Win Gatchalian.
Senator Win Gatchalian is recognized.
So
Mr. President, there being no reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations on the aforementioned House bills and open the
Any-
period of committee amendment.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
So,
Proceed now with the,
period of amendments and recognize the sponsor, Senator Win Gatchalian.
yes, Senator Win Gatchalian to propose.
thank you,
your
Mr.
amendments.
President. Thank you, Mr. President. For the record, there are no amendments on House Bill number 11038, 11185, 11167, and 11351. As an omnibus motion for our committee amendments and as reported out under committee reports number 478, 548, 549, 5500, and 551. I move that we amend House Bill number 9602, 11299, 11300, 11301, and 11302 respectively by deleting the entire text of the bills after the enacting clause and replacing the same with the provisions of the House bills contained in the amendments by substitution as attached in the committee reports and the titles as indicated in the committee report. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, for our committee amendments and as reported out under committee report number 477, I move that we amend House Bill number 9601 by deleting the entire text of the enacting clause and replacing the same with the provisions of House Bill number 9601 contained in the amendment by substitution as attached in the committee report number 477. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we close the period of committee amendments on the aforementioned bills and open the period of individual amendments. And recognize once again the chairperson of the Committee on Basic Education, Sen. Winnie Gatchalian.
Mr. President, as our only individual amendment, I move to amend the title of House Bill number 9601 to read as follows. An act establishing a high school for sports in the municipality of Bagac, province of Bataan, to be known as the Bataan High School for Sports and appropriating funds therefore. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to close the period of individual amendments on House Bill numbers 9601, 9602, 11038, 11185, 11167, 11351, 11299, 11300, 11301, and 11302.
There being no objection, hereby motions are hereby approved.
Mr. President, I move to approve House Bill number 9601 on second reading.
Any objection? House Bill number 9601 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move to approve House Bill number 9602 on second reading.
Any objection? There being none, House Bill number 9602 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move to approve House Bill number 11038 on second reading.
There being no objection, House Bill number 11038 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move to approve House Bill number 11185 on second reading.
An objection? There being none, House Bill number 11185 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move to approve House Bill number 11167 on second reading.
An objection? There being none, House Bill number 11167 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move to approve House Bill number 11351 on second reading.
An objection? There being none, House Bill number 11351 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move to approve House Bill number 11299 on second reading.
Any objection? There being none, House Bill number 11299 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move to approve House Bill number 11300 on second reading.
Any objection? There being none, House Bill number 11300 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move to approve House Bill number 11301 on second reading.
Any objection? There being none, House Bill number 11301 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move to approve House Bill number 11302 on second reading.
Any objection? There being none, House Bill number 11302 is hereby approved on second reading.
That's all, Mr. President, for all the school bills, Mr. President. So, minute suspension.
Can you suspend consideration?
I move that we suspend consideration of the aforementioned House bills.
Any objection? There being none, motion's approved. Session suspended.
Some admin matters, Mr. President, Senator P. Akitayan would like to manifest her intention to be co-author and co-sponsor of Senate Bill number 2899 or the Bill on Philippine National Nuclear Energy Safety Act.
The manifestation of Senator Pia Cayetano is hereby noted.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of a letter communication from DNR Biodiversity Management Bureau relaying its findings regarding the errors in the submissions for the technical descriptions on the following legislative measures. Senate Bill number 2614, Aurora Memorial Protected Landscape Act. Senate Bill number 2619, Naga de Maporo Protected Landscape and Seascape Act. And Senate Bill number 2618, Mount Gutom Protected Landscape Act. Prompted by such communication, I move that the said letter be referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action and pending its report that enrollment of the aforementioned bills be held in abeyance. So move, Mr. President.
An objection? Hearing none, motion's approved.
You need suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, June 9, 2025.
Any obje- any objection? There being none, session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Monday, June 9, 2025.